All right. um. Ah. Ah. That's a little too close. Hello everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today we are going to be finishing 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. Yay! Also, you're the gay one. Haha. Okay. Also, somebody actually used the first one. Yay! That'll not be available for the rest of the stream because you did it first. Yay. Okay. Yes. I'm gonna fucking crack open a window because it's gonna get fucking hot in here. Because I'm a hot ass bitch. I'm also gonna be like voice acting the rest of the game, and it's gonna get hot in here for a multitude of reasons. Haha. Alright, we are live though. I am already done with my fucking Monster Energy. But it's okay, because we got another one. Just for me. A second one. I really wanted mango. Alright. We're gonna finish 999. And then we're gonna decide what gets streamed next, okay? Alright. Sound good? Sounds like a plan? Let's continue. Okay, so first things first, we have to set up our file so that it is on the right how do you put it? On the right timeline. We can't I don't think we can just skip to I don't. Come on, give me the menu. Give me the menu. There we go. Flow. I don't think we can just go ahead and like hop on over to this. Can we? Can we just skip all the way to this? Alright. I think we can. If we can, then I will just do this, okay? Ha-ha-hoo-hoo. Ha-hum-hum. The room felt silent. Junpei, Clover, and Seven had been left behind. Clover looked down at her hand and traced with her finger the faint blue veins that crisscrossed them. Seven shoved his arms into the front of his overalls and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick. Desperate for anything to occupy his mind, Junpei walked to the larger of the two 9 doors. He stood in front of it and looked at the red. It read engaged. He moved to the smaller door. The red read vacant. The digital root of the remaining people was 7. 5 plus 4 plus 7 equals 16. 1 plus 6 equals 7. There was no possible way for them to open a door with 9 on it. Junpei touched the surface of the door. June. He thought about June, about Akane Kuroshuki. Was she safe? Was that all that mattered to him? If she was alive, if she had escaped this horrible boat. That was what Junpei prayed for. 7 came up next to him. He pulled off his hat, scratched his head, and sighed. So, what do you want to do, Junpei? What do you mean? What do I want to do? What can we do? 7 opened his mouth to respond when... Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. A noise echoed through the room. I'm gonna, like, adjust this mic again. So it'll be a bit more... It'll be closer, but not, like, overly, like, picking up, like, noises and stuff. Woo! So we'll be more in front of it. Alright, noise echoed through the room. Someone was pounding on something vigorously. It wasn't mechanical, it was certainly human. Junpei and Seven looked at one another. The hell is that? I wonder, I think I prefer this. Like this. And then we move that up. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, I prefer it like that. Okay. The hell is that? Shh, quiet. Clover motioned to Seven to be quiet. She put one finger to her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. The three of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from. Where? Where is it coming from? Could it be? Hi, I think it's coming from this coffin. You're right. Let's open it. But how? What are those muscles for? For show? You're telling me to force it open? Just shut up and try. Junpei and Seven grabbed hold of the coffin. They tried to get a good grip they could find and pulled with all their strength. Damn it! Man, it won't even budge. There was some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Its purpose would not have been difficult to determine. Their eyes were almost immediately drawn to it. Not another one. Yeah, looks like it. Do you think we have to put in the right password or it won't open? I think so. The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder. Whoever or whatever's inside this thing wants out now. I know that, but how? Without a passcode, I don't think there's much we can do. They couldn't even tell how many numbers the passcode needed to be. Isn't there a hint somewhere? Well, let's look for one. This should be like Junpei remembering, right? Not making this easy, are they? The sound still wouldn't stop. It wasn't the noise that belonged in the room. What's the passcode? What am I supposed to do? How can we figure it out? I need something. The world blinked. Suddenly, there was a voice inside of Junpei's head. Truth had gone, truth had gone, truth had gone. Ah, now the truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand. What the hell was that? That voice? Junpei was utterly and completely baffled. Oh, what? What's up? Seven and Clover ran over to him, but Junpei didn't know what to tell them. If he told them he heard a voice, they'd laugh or worse, think he was going insane. So all he said was, "Oh, nothing." He cleared his throat a little too loud and looked pointedly down at his bracelet. There were a pair of small buttons protruding from either side of it. Junpei. He pressed the buttons. It's left. No, it's right, left, right, left, right, left. Right, left, right, left, right, left. That was it. Eight numbers blinked on and then off on the bracelet display. Junpei checked one last time. One, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. Huh? Yeah? Hey, what the hell were those numbers? Oh my gosh, are those? Junpei didn't answer. He simply walked straight to the coffin. He knelt down in front of the keyboard, running over the numbers in his head so that he wouldn't forget. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. With trembling fingers, he punched them in. One, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. That was all of them. He punched the E button. There was a moment of complete silence. Then there was the sound of the coffin lid unlatching. Someone sat up out of it. No way! Why? Why are you... Ah! Oh, is that you, Clover? I apologize for worrying you. Snake! You... What? Junpei and Seven, is that you? Is everyone else there as well? Just like Rip Van Winkle. Still, it was very much like Snake to simply cut to the heart of the matter and ask. Jeez. Junpei and Seven shared a weary smile. Clover's eyes were filled with tears. You're back! With a cry of joy, she leapt into Snake's arms. Gently now. My body's still a little weak. Oh, you're back. Clover looked like nothing so much as a lost child who had finally found her home. She cried and cried and cried. Her eyes were red and her nose was running. She hiccuped and gasped as if she were about to begin hyperventilating. You're back, you're really here. Her voice was happy but almost desperate, as if she feared he would disappear again if he stopped talking to him. She stopped talking to him. Tear after tremendous tear rolled its way down her face. Her small arms strained as she clutched Snake's body as tightly as she could. Perhaps she had to convince herself he was real. Perhaps she was worried he would be gone the moment she let go. Perhaps she didn't know what else to do. Oh, you're back. Come now, what's gotten into you? You're acting as if I've returned from the grave. Not as though you did. I really thought you were dead. Huh? You jerk, idiot. Clover broke into sobs so great she could no longer talk. It was a touching reunion between brother and sister. Even though Junpei knew they had little time and every minute they waited was a minute they wasted. It felt cruel to pull them apart. Junpei and Seven sat down on one of the pews, waiting for Clover to calm down before explaining to Snake what had transpired. I have no idea how long this stream is gonna be. I don't remember how long it takes to finish the true ending. Ha! I see. I believe you understand things rather well now. Thank you. In the shower room, there is a dead body wearing my clothes. Because of that, you thought I was dead, correct? He had quickly and neatly summarized the events of several hours. Yeah, Junpei nodded. You also discovered a corpse in the captain's quarters, and Santa turned on you here in this room. Do I have it straight? Well, the dead body in the captain's quarters is a surprise. Sorry, there wasn't a good time to tell you. Don't worry about it. Well then, I've got a pretty decent idea of what happened while I was indisposed, but it's still something of a mystery who did all this, and why. The corpse in the shower room that looked like me, and the corpse in the captain's quarters. Why were they killed in the way they were? You don't know? No, why would I? The guy in the shower room, we don't know who he is, so let's just call him Mr. X. Anyway, this Mr. X is wearing Snake's clothes, but you're wearing some kind of weird robes. That means someone took your clothes and put them on Mr. X. We need to figure out who that was. I apologize, but I have no idea who might have done this to me. I only just now woke up. I was unconscious during all the events you just described to me. They must have undressed me and changed my clothes during that time. When were you knocked out? When we split up to look for the red. Where did they get you? Where did they get you? Do you remember? It was a small room in one of the hallways on C deck. What happened? The same thing that happened to every one of us when we were abducted. A canister releasing some sort of gas was thrown into the room. I believe the gas is some sort of incapacitating agent. Then that means it was... Zero. Looks that way, huh? There's nothing else I have to tell you. When I woke up, I was in the coffin. Junpei crossed his arms and thought. Why? Why did Zero make Mr. X wear Snake's clothes? How would that benefit Zero? I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean? And I have no idea how I got the passcode for the coffin either. Truth had gone, truth had gone, truth had gone. Where did those words come from? Why did I feel compelled to push the buttons on the bracelet after hearing them? Seven had asked him about it while they waited for Clover to finish crying. He'd had no answer for him then, and he still didn't. All I know is my fingers moved on their own. It was like I did it subconsciously. I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean? His mind was a maelstrom of mysteries, theories, and more mysteries. He could barely think. And also, Snake and Clover had been subjects in a similar experiment 9 years ago. The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. And someone did actually die. A girl. Her name was, There had been another experiment conducted on the same ship 9 years ago, and a girl had died during it. Morphogenetic field theory. The two murders. Switching clothes. The Nonary game. And whatever strange thing was happening to Junpei himself. The maelstrom in his head spat out words and ideas that disappeared back into almost as soon as he grasped them. But as he struggled through them, Junpei began to realize something. There was something that tied all of them together, and the point connecting the dots. Zero. He's the ringleader, the person who trapped the 9 of us on the sinking ship. Zero should know everything. If we can uncover Zero's identity, all of our questions will be answered. Who was Zero? Junpei had the beginnings of a theory, if he could only test it, or perhaps... At any rate, we'll have plenty of time to decipher the details later. For now, it is of utmost importance that we escape. Junpei, was it 4:30 the last time you checked the clock, yes? That means we have less than an hour. We must hurry. Hey, how are we gonna get out of here? Isn't that obvious? Through the other number 9 door. 5 plus 4 plus 7 plus 2 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9. Oh yeah, you're right. With Snake, we can open the door. Don't tell me you hadn't figured that out. As they sniped back and forth, Junpei glared at Snake's left hand. He was wearing a bracelet with a 2 on it. Come on, you gotta tell me these things. I, assumed you'd figured it out. Gah, forget it. Let's just get going. 7 stomped off towards the smaller number 9 door. Clover, Snake, and Junpei followed. 7 quickly laid his hand on the red. An asterisk appeared on the screen. Junpei and the others followed suit and laid their hands on the scanner panel. Soon there were 4 asterisks on the screen. 7 glanced at them, then laid his hand on the lever of the red. Alright, you guys ready to go? Yes. Yep. Junpei paused for a moment. Not yet. Huh? Before we go in, I'd like to check something. You want to check something? Yeah, but before I do, 7, could you pull the lever? I want to make sure we can verify with just the 4 of us. What do you mean? We don't need. Just do it, alright? But if the door opens, don't go in yet, okay? Please, this is really important. I really need to check this, okay? Work with me here. Junpei looked directly into 7's eyes. The older man looked back for a moment, then nodded. Fine. Seven pulled down on the lever and 9 door creaked open. Then they waited. 6, 7, 8. After 9 seconds, the door closed. Alright, that means the 4 of us can go into door 9. So? We knew that already. It's obvious. Obvious? Yeah, you're right, it is. Now what happens if we add Zero's bracelet? What? Zero's bracelet? Why don't you take it out, Clover? For a moment, Clover looked surprised, but she recovered quickly and stuck her tongue out at Junpei. So you did know I had it. I picked it up because I thought it might be useful sometime. She reached into one of the pockets of her voluminous jacket and produced a bracelet. Junpei took it from her and turned to 7. This was on the left hand of the corpse in the captain's quarters. If you look at it, you can see it's got a 0 on the face. just to make this a little easier to talk about, I'm gonna call the guy you found in the captain's quarters Cap. Then I should be able to open door 9 with just me, Clover, and this bracelet. 5 plus 4 plus 0 equals 9. Though the big question is, if Cap is the mastermind of this game, would he really put one of these bracelets on? Anyway, let's just give it a shot. Clover, give me your hand. Okay. Junpei, now the captain's bracelet. And we pull the lever. However, the door didn't open. The reds display red error. I knew it. Now, what does this tell us? Maybe the bracelet has to be on your wrist in order for it to work. No, that's impossible. Did you see how the panel showed a third asterisk when I scanned Cap's bracelet? Whether or not it's on your wrist doesn't matter. All you have to do is put the bracelet near the panel for it to register. 7 waved his bracelet in front of the scanner panel. Sure enough, a single asterisk appeared on the red. Huh, looks like you're right. See? So what does that mean? There's only one possibility. That bracelet isn't the number 0. Is that what you're saying? That's right. Then what number is it? Let's find out. Scan the bracelets with this combination. If I remember correctly from the other timeline, it's gonna be 7 plus Junpei plus Cap. Let's try 7 me and Cap. So, if this opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 6. Hi! It opened! The door opened! Wait, what? Why? What does that mean? Both 7 and Clover seemed rather shaken as they turned to look at Junpei for answers. The door slid heavily shut. Junpei raised an eyebrow. Isn't it obvious? Cap's bracelet is number 6. 7 plus 5 plus 6 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9. But doesn't it say 0? This isn't a 0. The symbol on here isn't the number 0. It's a letter O. Oh. Well, wait a minute. I don't get it. I mean, we figured out that Cap's bracelet is 6, right? Yeah. Does that mean there are 2 people with 6s? Before Junpei could answer, Snake spoke up. There is, most likely, only one person with a 6. But I don't get it. What about June? Well, this is only an educated guess, but I think June's number was never 6 to begin with. Her bracelet was flipped. In other words, June's real number is 9. That seems the most likely. Then all this numbered door stuff was just a load of crap? Why would you say that? Because if June is 9, then the numbers wouldn't match up. Clover grabbed Junpei's notebook and began to write furiously in it. Here, look. Junpei leaned over to look at it, list of all the numbered doors June had gone through. I'll let you know what I'm writing, okay? And that's everything. I wrote down which door she went into and with who. And I wrote it what all the numbers were. So if you switch 9 in there, wherever there's a 6, the numbers don't work. If the digital root is 7, you can't open door 4. If the digital root is 2, you can't open door 8. Clover, do you notice anything interesting on that list? What do you mean? You're talking about 3, right? 3? Santa's always in the room with her. That's what you're saying, isn't it? Yes, that's right. What about it? That's quite simple, really. You told me that the first time you came to this room. Santa was the first to refuse to leave June behind. Now, doesn't that beg the question, why? Why would Santa do such a thing? The answer is easy. Because Santa can't open door 9 with only 7 in Lotus. Of course, there's only one reason for that. His number isn't actually 3. Santa's real number. 7, would you be so kind as to modify my sister's equations? Yeah, sure. 7 took the pen from a confused Clover and began to adjust her calculations. This is what you were getting at, right, Snake? He read about the changes he'd made. When he finished, he looked at Snake. Snake smiled. Thank you. That is exactly right, 7. Santa's true number wasn't 3. It was 0. No way. Santa is 0? And June was 9, not 6. Conversely, Santa was 0, not 3. Plus 3 and minus 3. They cancel one another out. Nothing appears out of order. Santa was still playing by the rules of the nonary game this whole time. Precisely. So you're saying Santa planned this whole thing? I'm not sure if he acted alone or not, but I think it is safe to conclude that he is 0. My hypothesis is correct. Clover bit her lip. She seemed to be having some difficulty believing her brother's explanation. Junpei remained silent and thought. Snake's hypothesis. Something doesn't seem right. June's bracelet being flipped? Even if that were possible, that would mean that there are 2 number 9 bracelets. And if that's the case... Alright, that's enough talking. Let's go. It's high time we went through that door. Door 9 opened. They leapt through. It's right there! The dead was directly in front of them as they came through the door. Quickly, they scanned their bracelets. And the detonator stopped. Whew! After pausing for a moment to catch their collective breath, Junpei and his companions headed down the long hallway in front of them. Alright, let's keep going. At the end was a set of stairs leading down into the ship. I think these stairs go to the bottom deck. They leaned out and looked over to the side. Looks dry. Let's head down. After deciding it was safe, they headed down the stairs. Before long, Junpei and his companions found themselves on the bottom deck. They turned left into another hallway, at the end of which they found another door. Hey, it's a... And of course, there was a symbol engraved over the keyhole. It looked like the sort of harpoon one would use to hunt the fish. The kind with 3 prongs. Snake traced the shape of it with his fingers. This is the Neptune symbol. There must be a key around here somewhere. Neptune key? I only have the Uranus key card. Clearly it wasn't going to open this door. It's a different planet, plus it's the wrong kind of key. Let's turn around and go back for now. Yeah. After examining the door for a few more minutes, they gave up and headed back the way they came. Hey, another door! With a little more searching, they found a metal door. And a card reader this time. A symbol was engraved into the card reader. It's the Uranus symbol. This is the place. He muttered to himself and slid the card through the reader. It beeped once and the light on it turned green. With a heavy metal groan, the door creaked open. Junpei, Clover, and Snake looked at one another, nodded, and stepped through. The room they found themselves was full of books. There is another escape room puzzle! Also, I call bullshit. Like, I just want to point something out. In the safe room ending, you make it to the incinerator, right? And, like... But, like, when you get there, there's there's another 9 door, and their whole dramatic sequence plays out. And it's like, woo, dramatic drama, okay. Yeah, let's go, let's fucking, Snake is going crazy, he's a fucking berserker. And, like, it's fucking lit, right? And, but the thing is, the others went through this door, and we went through the big door. So does that mean the big door heads straight to the incinerator? But this one, they had to go through a puzzle to make it to the incinerator? I'm just a little confused. So that means Ace and Lotus finished this puzzle or something. I don't know. Because otherwise they wouldn't have been able to make it to the incinerator, right? I'm just a little confused. I don't know. Let's just fucking do the escape room. Let's fucking go. Okay. Wow, it's totally full of books. There's so many. I don't know where to look. It looked remarkably like a library. Not the sort of library where large numbers of people came to read books. More the side of a library that was simply a place to store books. He felt a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of books, but Junpei did his best to speak with authority. Alright, if we want to get through that door out there, we need the Neptune key. I say we split up and look for it. Okay. Very well. Sure thing. Good, let's get started then. We don't have a lot of time. Hurry. Boom. 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 Wait, what? God, you threw off my whole groove. Fuck. Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge. As he began his search for reasons he didn't fully understand, Junpei felt those particular words float through his mind. Bum, 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 bum. Whoosh. Seek a way out. Alright, let's fucking go. We're in a library. We're gonna fucking figure out how to escape this room because we're fucking goddess genius gamers. I'm an idiot though, so I am just gonna pray that the Lord doesn't smite me today. So, let's fucking go. Let's start with this piece of paper. There's a note on that table. Lights to the books. Huh? What does that mean? Interesting. Well, intelligence often hides itself in darkness. Have you ever thought about the pages of a book? Each page only sees what? Maybe 2 to 3 minutes of light before the reader is on to the next. They spend the rest of their lives locked in darkness, rather like myself. That's horrible. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining, not at all. I live in the darkness, yes? But that has gifted me with the ability to catch the truths others might miss. I can hear voices hidden in the darkness, you might say. Alright, but can we get the paper? Okay. It's a coat rack, like a place where you hang coats and hats and stuff. Well, this one's not too big, so maybe just hats. The handrail's made of metal. This book is called Mind Swap? You mean like you could change bodies with someone? Well, I guess I wouldn't mind switching bodies with my brother or Junpei too much, but I'd rather die than let Seven switch with me. What the hell? I don't even want to swap bodies with the little brat like. Hey, were you just imagining it? You were. Shut up. Yeah, he wasn't the only one. Kitab al-Azif. Man, they got some weird stuff here. I can't even pronounce this one. Who's that? Some famous guy? It's not a person's name, it's the name of a fictional book created by Abdul Alzared. It's said to be one of the sources used in the creation of the legendary Book of the Dead, the Necronomicon. Oh, so these are all occult books and stuff? Teletemporation and telepathy. The hell is this one about? Well, I know what telepathy is, but I've never heard of teletemporation. It refers to having the ability to travel through time. This one says the golden rabbit and the moon on it. Does that mean it's about a rabbit that lives on the moon? Rabbits are pretty cute, but what's the moon stuff about? It's talking about the Judas tree that is said to grow on the moon, according to Chinese legend. Energy theory, huh? I don't even understand the damn title. Looks like this shelf's all science and tech. What's the deal with these titles? They're all just gibberish. Hey, what if we, like, switch them around? Switch them around? Yeah. If we move them around, maybe they'll spell something. Oh, I get it. Heck, it's worth a shot. Pen. Oh wait, open. Open. Open here, find bulb. How about this? Looks like putting those books in the right order opened this thing right up. Huh, that was a piece of cake. Hooray! You did it, Junpei. I guess that turned out well enough. So the letters from the title spell out, open here, find bulb. Powerful light bulb. The light bulb looks like it's brand new. And it's really big, so it'll make a lot of light. Okay. Paleontology. This one's about fossils, right? Ammonites are pretty nasty looking. This one says transition of extinct species. We need to hurry it up, or we're going to end up in the pages of a book like that. Introduction to geology, huh? Thinking about the Earth, even when you're on the ocean. Kind of romantic in a way, I guess. Theories of the Cambrian explosion. Did a bomb go off near Cambria? Wrong kind of explosion. Roughly 500 million years ago, during what is known as the Cambrian period. Research suggests the variety of living organisms increased by an order of magnitude. Why that happens, however, is still something of a mystery. There are a number of theories. This book is most likely a collection of them. The theory of evolution. Heck, even I know this one. It's that Darwin guy, right? Well, yes and no. Charles Darwin wrote a book called On the Origin of the Species. In it, he put forth his theory of evolution. Yeah, I remember that part. He called it natural selection. Exactly. Mother Nature. Is that some sort of book about hippie chicks? Probably not, except tangentially. It's most likely about environmental protection. I was just trying to make a joke. Dude, hippie chicks? Really? Microcopria, huh? Yes, Robert Hooke's famous work, first published in 1665. He built a microscope and examined insects, inorganic substances, and other things too small to be seen in detail by human eyes. He then drew pictures of many of the things he'd examined, and published them in a book. I'd hazard a guess this shelf is concerned with natural sciences. Why did mankind lose their tails? Junpei, do you know about this one? What this one's about? Why are you asking me? I didn't even know we had tails to lose. Maybe you should ask a human with a tail. Mankind's ancestors most likely lost their tails as they were no longer useful, and the nutrients required to grow them were better put to somewhere else. At least that's what I read. I was rather young. I may have remembered it incorrectly. Huh. What the hell would a kid be reading a book like that? Creatures of the South Seas, huh? I wonder if this one's got pictures of colorful fish and stuff. I like how, they've got all these different, conversations about the different books and stuff. It's just really interesting. Just listening to you read those titles is giving me a headache. Can't say fancy technology and stuff and I get along real well. Keep on talking about that stuff and you gotta put me to sleep. The Black Hole Hypothesis. Gamma Ray Astrophysics. I guess this book has an astronomy theme. Look, this one says Cultural Heritage of Rome. But that's gonna be serious inheritance text. A History of Buddhism. History of the Medieval Period. Maybe it's about Sir Lancelot? Isn't he just a story? I don't think you're gonna find a guy who didn't really exist in a history book. A kid's book. Here? It looks like a children's story about Native Americans. Don't you think a random book like that is kind of suspicious? Maybe you ought to hold on to it. What's Hellenism? I think it's something like a fusion of Greek and Oriental culture. This one's called History of the Western World. Well, I'd assume it's about European history. Yeah? Just gonna leave it at that, Snake. Doesn't seem like you. Hey, look at this. This book's called Greek Mythology. Damn, that thing's huge. Can't imagine anyone's actually read the whole thing. Pretty sure it just put me to sleep.
Oriental history. Maybe this one's about China's 4,000 years of history or something?
Hey, Chinese and Oriental history aren't the same thing. Okay. The scaffold set up in the shape of a cross. Functions of the human brain, huh? I guess this is a book about the nervous system? I'd love to ask you to read it to me, but I don't think we have the time.
I'm kind of curious about it too. There's gotta be a reason why people connect with each other, you know?
Principles of monkey behavior, huh? I'd imagine that's a book describing praxeology. Studies on monkeys. Monkeys are very similar to humans evolutionarily, so I imagine the research was fruitful.
Oh, look, 7. Here's a book that's perfect for you. It's called Correlation of Muscle Bone Density and Bone Strength.
You're just saying it because it says muscle. This book is just called Dissection. This bookshelf must be all medical books. From what I can tell, it sounds as though these books have been organized by genre. The library must be massive. I'm rather impressed by how well organized it is. Human equilibrium theory. Human anatomy.
Regeneration of internal organs.
Ancient gladiators? What's this book about doing here? Maybe they were researching some human physical limits across history.
This one. It looks like just like the picture book from earlier, the one with the pop-ups.
You think they're part of a series or something? They do have the same binding. Look, this one's called Recreation of Lost Human Functions. You think they're talking about if you lose part of your body, then you grow it back? I don't think so. Maybe they're talking about reconstructing abilities that humankind once possessed. In other words, they may be talking about cultivating a sixth sense. Alright. Giant door. The big opening is the door to the library. It's pretty impressive. Almost looks like the door is to a shrine or a church or something. There's another door after it, and then the passageway beyond that. At the end of the passageway is a door with that Neptune symbol engraved on it. Hurry up! We need to find the key with the mark of Neptune.
Okay, this sounds like a job for the best brother and sister team in the world.
Man, it's like 7 and I don't exist. Alright, let's go downstairs. More books to read. Algebraic number theory. Math, huh? There's another one like that over there. You mean something like primary number theory, or analytical number theory, or geometry.
Oh my gosh, how did you know? Nobody said anything about those.
Well, number theory is usually split into 4 chief disciplines. If there was a book named Algebraic Number Theory, I took a wild guess that the other 3 would be there as well. Looks like I was right. This one's Gold Box Conjecture? Conjecture? What's it about? Like magic or psychic stuff or something? Alright, I bet it's about jewelry, isn't it? It may have an odd title, but it's actually a very respectable mathematics book. It deals with one of the unsolved problems of additive number theory. Sorry I said anything. Let's not get into this right now, okay?
That's a weird book, Junpei. Indian mathematics? That's funny.
Why is that funny?
It says Riemann hypothesis. What is there to hypothesis about a Riemann? I mean, isn't it pretty straightforward?
Heavens no, there are many factors. Length, girth, lubrication, or lack of. It's an exciting and rapidly growing field.
Whoa.
Owen, huh? Owen isn't enough to go on. Perhaps it's about the English Revolution. Dad Kind? What the hell is this? Wasn't that a German mathematician? Maybe it's a compilation of his work. Liberinus?
This book is in German. It looks like it's the complete works of something.
I've never heard of it. Well, if Snake doesn't know what it is, I don't think we'll know.
Sheldrake?
Sheldrake? Isn't Sheldrake? Modern Japanese literature, huh? What's this? Origin of Japanese folklore? Looks like there are a bunch of books about Japanese culture here. Mostly ones about folklore, though. Well, folklore can cover a wide range of subjects. History, urban, religious trends, environmental changes, oral traditions even. Folklore can cover all of those things, if you know where to look.
This looks pretty deep.
Agricultural and historical organizations and folklore. Hey, there's another one of these picture books here. Something about these things feels kinda nice, you know? Brings back good memories.
I guess even people like 7 were kids once.
No shit, you little Brit! Hey guys, cool it. Alright, I think I'm gonna take this picture book with me. Let's see what we've got here. So many books here. I wonder what this one's... Whoa, what's this? Warm.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. What's the deal with the Seppi stuff? What was warm, Junpei? Oh. It's a small enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that look kind of like music stands. Am I supposed to put something on those stands? Ooh, what's in here? This bookshelf has a sort of glass inlay. It's pretty big, but there's only 6 books on it. That seems kind of weird.
Hey, it looks like there's something on the bottom. I can't really see it though, the glass is all foggy.
Awesome. Look, there's a lock on a glass door. Yup, won't budge. There are books here in all sorts of languages, but there's something suspicious about the shelf on the left. Am I missing any picture books? This one. This book is called Oriental History. Did I get all the... I think I got all the picture book ones. Don't shove, I'm not kidding. Don't push me. The heck, man. I wasn't gonna, but now that you bring it up. Alright, we're going back downstairs. There are 3 lights in this thing. They aren't very bright, though. Hey, didn't we find some kind of really powerful light bulb earlier? Why don't you put it into one of those lights?
Yeah, well, it'll get a lot brighter, but...
But if there are 3 lights, that means 3 light bulbs. Won't be much point unless we can replace all 3 bulbs. We need 3 light bulbs, huh? Fuck. Can I, like, examine these books? Oh! Yeah! It's got a magic wand on it, okay. So what's inside? Well, aren't you going to open it? Pretty sure it's just gonna have pages and smart, Ah! It's like another pop-up book. There's a baseball on this one. Come on, Junpei, what's in it? I'm gonna go on a limb here and say it's probably baseball. Okay, so I wonder if this... Now we can... Okay, how about we try putting these picture books on the stands then?
This is a little weird.
If I could just change out these bulbs. Ah, what's the use wishing? I don't know where to get other light bulbs at. Well, how about you stop by using real words? Then maybe we'll get somewhere. Open here, find bulb. I already found the bulb there. Pretty sure I looked everywhere already, but... This glass door has a metal frame on it, and that's locked up tight. In the middle of the glass door is a cylindrical lock. You know, the kind of lock where you rotate the numbers around until you've got the right one to open it? The hell is this? It's like they just gave us the answer. Guess I might as well give it a shot. I've got no idea what the password is. Wait. Oh, wait. 632415. So let's do. How did I get to 8? 6, 3, 2, 4, 1, 5.
You did it, Junpei! Yay!
I don't know why, but I really don't feel particularly happy about being praised for that. Whatever, at least the lock's open now. Let's see if we can get it all right. Oh, open all right. Another light bulb. All 6 books seem to be pointing at the cylindrical number lock. Do I really need all 3? Wait. Am I supposed to find an 8 for these, maybe? Sounds like there's a number of math books in this section. Permian culture. Seems like a little fancy for some kind of prehistoric critter. Not to mention, most of them were likely reptiles and amphibians. Without hair, I can't imagine they had much need of perms. That's got nothing to do with this. I'm just gonna go through and touch all the books again. Maybe I missed something. Dissection Atlas, huh? This whole shelf is full of medical books. Okay. Nothing new there. Nothing new there. Automated robot assembly line techniques, huh?
What's that? Some sort of comic book? Jeez, I guess boys really like that stuff, huh?
No, you're thinking of different sort of robots. This book is talking about automated machinery that's used to build things like cars. What's that one called? It says Foundations of DNA and Genetic Engineering. An overview of photochemistry.
I think whoever set this up wanted us to see the cover, not the spine. Let's look at it, okay?
Huh? Looks like there's a whole lot of space behind these books.
Look, Junpei! I think there's something hidden behind the books.
Alright, there's our light bulb. Alright, let's go downstairs. Go over here and replace the light bulbs. Alright, so there's 3 light bulbs in here. I'm gonna change these bulbs. Now they should... Awesome! It worked! Way to go, Junpei! Good job, buddy!
There's something projecting on the bottom.
These letters, they seem familiar. Sheldrake 5. It says Sheldrake on the spine. It's got the volume number written on the lower part.
Sheldrake 5, it's right there. That's what we're trying to get. Ah!
Oh, do I have to, like, click on it? Sheldrake 5. I think I sold the rest of this collection somewhere.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around here.
Let's go take a look.
Okay.
Sheldrake. Have you heard of him? Sheldrake, I mean. Yeah, Lotus told me about him.
There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He had a rather interesting theory. Morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance.
Really? From Lotus, huh? Well, Clover said something to me about that stuff. She did? Yeah, that was... what was it?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger.
That girl. I told her not to tell anyone. You did? Why? Well, look, man, I didn't push it because we're in a hurry, but I'm kind of sick of this. How about you just tell me, okay? Tell you what? Don't give me that. About the experiment. Very well. Fine. I'll tell you everything. But not here. Let's move to the top floor. I suppose I might as well start by telling you why I kept quiet, and why I made sure Clover did as well. To be honest, the explanation is quite simple. Zero told me not to. I had little choice. He didn't walk up and tell me, of course. He gave me a message engraved on a card. That's a Braille card. It looks just like the one you showed us earlier. So you had 2 cards? No, only 1. What do you mean? I thought that card just had some rules for the Gnomeric game on it. Yes, it did. And those are the rules I've read you. However, they were not the only thing on that card. There was something I didn't read. Well, perhaps I should say there was something I couldn't read. And that was... Tell no one of the events that took place 9 years ago. Tell and I activate your sister's detonator. It's a threat on our lives. Oh. Well, what about Clover? Did she get a message from Zero too? I don't believe she did. But doesn't it strike you as strange that Zero would shut my mouth but not hers? Yeah. To be on the safe side, however, I told her it was best not to tell anyone. Still, apparently she told you, that girl. What's wrong with her telling me? I figured some stuff out with the things she told me. I mean, it looks like the whole activator detonator thing was just a bluff. She's prancing around downstairs happy as a clam now that you're back. That's very true. I've decided I can trust you. I've decided to tell you the whole truth. The chance that Santa is Zero is very high. I feel I can assume Santa doesn't have the time to observe us at the moment. At any rate, even if he were, I very much doubt he would kill us. Why? Clover told me about the 4-leaf clover, about the words. If he knew about that, then he was in my group during the first experiment, I'm sure of it. He wouldn't kill us, no matter what the situation was. Hey, Snake? Yes, I know. You want to know what happened during the experiment. Yeah. How much do you know? Clover told me about... I see. The morphogenetic field in the experiments 9 years prior. How the experiment had taken place simultaneously at 2 locations. And one being the ship, and the other being a building in Nevada. And the girl that died during the experiment. She told you all that, did she? At any rate, I now know how much you've learned. All that remains for us to determine is who did this and why, right? Yes. Can you tell me what happened? Yes. Snake nodded slowly. The people who organized the initial experiments were from a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals. There were 4 of them running the show. Gentaro Hongo, Nagisa Nijisaki, Teruaki Kubota, and Kaguchika Musashido. Hongo was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Nijisaki was his right-hand man and did the lion's share of the planning. Kubota led the company's research and development division. Musashido was their majority stockholder. It was these 4 people who planned the initial experiment. Let me simplify it for you. Hongo designed it, and Nijisaki put it all together. Kubota developed the technology required, and Musashido provided the cash. So it's Hongo, Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido. Junpei couldn't shake the sense that he had heard those 4 names before. Of course, more than 4 people were required to conduct an experiment on this scale. To that end, they organized a top-secret team to assist them with their research. All in all, they gathered 10 people or so. Those 10 completed their team and were able to begin the project. They named it the Nonary Project. The purpose of the experiment was to research the prospect of controlling a human through sheer will. The vessel, I suppose you could say, for this control was the morphogenetic field. Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize? Why did the crystal structure of EDT undergo a sudden change? Why did the rats improve their puzzle-solving skills with each generation? Experiments with humans produced the same results. The more people who knew the answer to a question, the more that were there who could answer the answer correctly without having seen the problem before. Why is that? How could it happen? The answer is that the shape of the answer has been stored in a field invisible to the naked eye. And through that field, the resonance event transmits information related to that answer. And that's essentially the idea behind morphogenetic fields. But that's just a theory. Can't bring yourself to believe it. Yeah. Let's say somebody killed another person because the devil told them to do it. Whether the devil exists or not has no relevance to the murderer. They believe the devil exists. Whether or not he does is immaterial. So, what matters here is that Hongo believed in the morphogenetic field. That's right. Snake nodded. But I still don't get it. You said they wanted to figure out how to control people, right? This is what you were saying? Yes. So how are they going to do that with the morphogenetic field? I'll keep it simple. Let's suppose 10,000 people here solved a certain problem. The chance of you knowing that answer, even if no one has told you, will go up. Let's have another example, shall we? Say 1 million people were to do a handstand right now. Tomorrow, the chances of you doing a handstand would be even higher, even if you had heard nothing of this hypothetical mass handstanding. Mankind's thoughts, process, and actions are all part of a resonant event. All of the resonant events encoded in the fields are projected onto you. Of course, this assumes you believe in the theory. Do you follow so far? Yeah? Now, if there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people, what would happen? If that one person were to do a handstand, other people would find themselves wanting to do handstands as well. Can you imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do? Come on, there's no way. I'm not done. Imagine another scenario. Imagine another person. This is an ordinary person. Let's say he does a handstand. What if there was someone who could grab the resonant event he created by doing that and use it to make another person do handstands? I realized I accidentally muted myself with a button. Probably only for a few seconds. But I will reread. That was how they decided to do their experiment. That was how the Nonary Project began. Snake suddenly looked very serious. By the way, Junpei, have you ever heard of the Gonsfield experiment? Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm. Yeah, that was an experiment in telepathy, right? You place a pair of subjects in separate rooms, then you show one picture and ask the other what they see. Interesting. I'm impressed, yes. That is exactly correct. So why'd you bring up the Gonsfield experiment? It was used to screen subjects for the Nonary Project. The hospital in a remote town was affiliated with Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo used it as to conduct experiments on visiting children in secret. Some of them he found had potential. He began to gather children that showed promise, children that seemed as though they might be able to access the field. Of course, none of them volunteered. They were kidnapped. His face barely moved as he spoke. There were 9 pairs of siblings taken, for 18 children total. For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, each pair had 1 transmitter and 1 receiver. They were split perfectly. As such, the 18 children were split into 2 groups of 9. The children who were put in Group Q were the ones who excelled at transmitting. They were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada desert. The children who excelled at receiving were put in Group A. Group A was then placed on the former hospital ship Gigantic. From the experiments he had conducted so far, Hongo had learned the following. There are 2 things that can increase one's resonance with the fields. The first is epiphany, the other is danger. Have you ever been faced with an especially difficult problem and thought about it very long and very hard until an answer finally suddenly appeared in your mind? It may seem obvious to say so, but that is what is meant by an epiphany. The information obtained through that epiphany can be easily transmitted through the fields, where it can be easily interpreted. Adding danger to that equation allows for even easier field access. That's where Hongo came in. They set up a number of puzzles across the Gigantic. The participants had to solve each one before they could move to the next room. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger. He had detonated a bomb on the hull of the Gigantic. The children in Group A were forced to play the Nonary game as the ship sunk. By forcing the children into a life-or-death situation, Hongo hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping potential. The children from Group Q, on the other hand, were confined to a mock experiment building, Building Q. Building Q duplicated the interior and the puzzles of the Gigantic exactly. Every detail was exactly the same. Hongo explained the situation to the children in Group Q. Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. When you have the answers, transmit that information to the children in Group A. If you succeed, they will be able to solve puzzles and escape. But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink, and your brothers and sisters will drown. Those were his orders. Do you know why the astronauts of Apollo 13 were able to return to Earth safely? It was because NASA had access to a replica of the Apollo 13 capsule. All the equipment, the instruments, everything, all of it identical. Everything was just like the real Apollo 13. NASA was able to replicate the situation the astronauts found themselves in. By putting themselves in the same situation, they attempted to solve the problems the astronauts were dealing with. Once they found solutions, they reported their findings to the men aboard the actual capsule. That was how they were able to return safely. It was the same with the Gigantic in Building Q. The children from Group Q had to use the power of the epiphany to solve the puzzles they found, and transmit what they learned through the fields. The children in Group A, however, they had to access the fields to learn how they might advance to the next stage. That is the simplest I can manage. Snake sounded defeated. His half-hearted attempt at derision served only to show how much the story had affected him. Just as Junpei was about to speak. Hey, Junpei, Snake, how much longer are you two gonna sit around on those bony asses? Get down here already. Seven's voice echoed up from below. Snake took a deep breath and blinked rapidly as if just waking up from a long nap. He's right. Let's go, shall we? We don't have much time. We need to get out of here, and soon. Snake headed for the stairs, but Junpei put out an arm to stop him. Hold it. There's one more thing I want to ask you. Are you sure that there were 18 kids? Why? Well, I thought it was only 16. Oh, yes, that's what they said on the news, wasn't it? Yes, I have no doubt that 18 children were abducted and used in Hongo's experiments. After all, you couldn't exactly play a Nonary game with any less, could you? Well, yeah, but are you saying that the news got it wrong? Yes, I am. There were 2 more children. However, they had no relatives that I'm aware of. I imagine no one filed a police report when they went missing. They were a brother and sister like Clover and I. The brother's name was Owie. The sister's name was... Snake couldn't seem to bring himself to continue. It looked as if he was about to say something that brought him great pain. Her name was Akane. That was the girl who died. Junpei felt as if he had been punched in the stomach. His vision went blurry and his head felt light. Akane Kurashiki died? 9 years ago. Then who is June? No. No. That's impossible. It can't be true. Akane isn't that uncommon of a name. If Snake had known her last name, well, that's a different matter entirely. So they share a name. A lot of people do too. It doesn't mean anything. It was someone else. Of course it was. It has to be. Junpei shook his head hard and pulled himself back to reality. Is something wrong, Junpei? Your breathing sounds strange. Then Snake had noticed. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm. Oh, no, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's get back down there, alright? Snake raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He headed down the stairs, Junpei bringing up the rear. I couldn't do it. Why didn't I ask? What's her last name? I just couldn't get the words to come out. With every step he took, the cold, hard sound of feet against metal dug at his heart. Alright, let's go to get Sheldrake Book 5. This is it. This is the shadow picture was pointing to. But didn't it say 5 at the end of the shadow picture? Yes, I think we need to find the 5th volume. Well, would you look at that? There's a big red button behind this book. I guess we should just press this button. Imagine if they had just, like, you know, moved this book and, like, found the button sooner. They would have basically been able to skip the whole puzzle. What was that sound? It sounded like something real big was moving. It came from the top floor. Alright, let's go check it out. There's a keyboard in front of the numbers. And there are 4 Roman numerals on the wall. It's got to be a hint of some sort. 13, 14, 10, and 13. Those are all Roman numerals. Do you think we just need to put in the numbers from the wall? No, you can't. The keyboard doesn't have any number keys. You can't type stuff in like 3 or 4. Then that means... Well, I bet you gotta type something on that keyboard, but you can only enter letters. And it looks like you only enter 4 letters. Let's see how it works. I guess you need to hit enter once you type in the letters, and you can erase what you typed with clear. Okay, I get the basic operations. Let's give it a shot. Okay, then you can only type 4 letters. It's 13, 14, 10, and 13. So if we go off of the thing where it's 1 through 9, because they use that a lot, so it's 1 through 9, and then it becomes numbers, right? Well, letters. So 10 would be... So 10 would be A. B would be 11. C would be 12. D would be 13. 14 is E and 15 is F. So E, F, 10 is A, right? A, and then it would be... Wait, no, it's not. Hold on. It wasn't E, so E is the second letter, so it's D, E, A. No, fuck. It's dead. Enter. It's dead. Yay! You did it, Junpei. It's unlocked now. Good job, Junpei. Whoa there, don't get too excited. The password was dead, remember? Just makes me think whatever's waiting for us isn't good. So what? Jeez, you're such an old lady. We can't be worrying about stuff like that. I mean, come on. We got it to unlock, didn't we? Let's go. Hurry up. Alright, let's go. It's a thick metal door. There's a handle in the middle of it, though. Alright, handle. It's time we got this over with. Damn it, I can't get it open. This thing won't even budge. What? Why not? We put in the password, what else do we have to do? Then that means it's the other door. Alright, let's get this thing open. You found it! Woo! We found it! Yay! The door opened, and Junpei and the others leapt through it. Alright, this is the next. Just as Seven was about to finish his sentence, their attention was drawn to the clank of metal and metal ringing out behind them. The door! They spun around. The door they'd just come through had slammed shut. Did that just close on its own? Don't tell me we can't go back! I don't know. Let's see. Junpei grabbed hold of it with both hands and pulled with all his strength. Damn it! It looks like it locks automatically. Is there any other way out? Well, there's another door over on the right. There's a card reader next to it. It's got a red light on it, though, so I'm pretty sure it's locked, too. But there is a card reader, right? Yeah? Then perhaps if we find a key card, we could open the door and leave. Well, yeah, that might work, but... Hey, wait a minute. Are you saying we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card? Oh, man. They took a second look at the room they'd found themselves in. I forgot this room existed. It was filled with piles upon piles of all manner of things. The only word that could describe it was chaotic. It was like a tornado had passed through, followed by a giant who had picked up and shaken the entire room a few times. Looks that way. Junpei's heart fell. No way. For real? Clover and Seven looked as though they were about to cry. Well, we can sit down and wait to die, if that's what you prefer. I'd rather doubt that, however, so it would be wise to start looking. We haven't much time. Let's find that key card. Oh, and the Neptune key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it. Alright then, let's begin. 2, 3, 4. Seek a way out. We shall find a way out. I forgot there are 2 more escape rooms. This stream has some girth to it. It's a thick boy. Alright, this one might be shorter. I don't fucking remember. So we're gonna have to just, pray. Do 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 do. Alright. Okay, we're gonna have to start looking in this place, in this room, and see what's here, and maybe find our way out. Alright. Let's start looking. There are piles of crap everywhere. Man, this place is a mess. It's so messy, I don't know where to start. Some of this crap looks familiar. I think a lot of these are parts of the puzzles we solved in other rooms. If that's true, then this room could be Zero's laboratory. Perhaps Zero would shut himself in the room to devise the machines and puzzles he'd need to see his plan come to fruition. How do you know there's nothing useful? Hey, Junpei, isn't that a nautical table? Yeah, I think I've seen this before. A pipe, great. Look, Junpei, the rust on here looks like Elvis's face. Yeah. How exciting. There's a control panel in front of a big screen here. Wonder if any of these buttons do anything. There's something on the screen now. What's this? There are 15 cells here with numbers and letters in them. Let me see that. Oh, I see. So whenever you touch a cell, this one, the ones next to it turn on or off. You just gotta use that to make all the cells on the right and the bottom green.
Hey, Junpei, I found this piece of paper under that thing. You want to take a look? Do you think this might have something to do with the puzzle?
It's a piece of paper Clover gave me. There are a bunch of numbers and letters connected by equal signs on it. Just like she said, this is probably related to the puzzle screen somehow. Thanks, Clover. This really helps. Alright, let's go back and try again. Anyway, it looks like I just need to make all the cells all green. Okay. Fuck. That's not how that's gonna work. Fuck. God damn it. Fuckles. Yes! Wait, what? That's... What? I filled it all up, but that wasn't the solution? Fuck. So I have it all filled now, but that only... God damn it. Okay. Okay, so... Okay, so it's like... So, okay, I can see it all right now. So, it's D641F59BC. A is 10. So let's fucking look at this rationally, okay? So, A is 10, right? Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. And then A, B, C, D, E, F, G, whatever, until we get back to, you know, regular numbers. But we're not going back to regular numbers, so from 9 onwards, letters become numbers. So A is 10. So L would equal... So if A is 10, then A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L... So like 12 plus 9. So what the fuck would 12 plus 9 be? Okay, let me just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. 21. It's 21. It's 21. So... all in all, so we have to equal 21 on both of those. This is the number. So I was right. Okay, I was right. L is 21. I could have looked at this hint the whole time, but instead I'm fucking doing ABCs with my fingers. Okay. So, now that we know that, so we just have to, like, make these fit. So B is 11. So 9 plus 11 is 20. But C is, like, something. So I think we need to get rid of 9 but still have B. No, maybe get rid of B but still have C. Yes, okay, so 9 plus C. C stands for 12. So 9 plus 12 is 21. So 1 plus 9 is 10. So that's all good. So we need to have 6 and 4 here and here to make the A's. We need to have this one empty so that the L can be met here. But that means we need the center over here, F, to be there. As well as... So we need that whole middle row to be active. But we need this D gone, I think? No. Yeah, we need that D gone. Okay. We got one F and 5. So we need this whole middle row to be active. Once this whole middle row is active, we've got it. Okay, and then maybe do this, and then maybe do that. Fuck, we need that. We need this D gone though. Fuck. Wait. Okay. If we could get that F on. I feel like I'm always one away. Okay. Fuck me senseless. Okay, let's reset it. So maybe I fucked it. So okay. Okay, so we need this C on. We need that off. Let's do that, and then we'll do this, and then we'll do that, and then we'll do this, but then we'll do that, and then we'll do this, but then we'll do that, but then we'll do... Fuck! Let's do that, and then that, and then maybe that, and then 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 that. But then we'll do this, but then we'll do that, so then we'll do this to get that, to get this, to get that, to get this, to get that, to get this, to get that. Brain. You know what needs to be done, but you don't know if you have the ability to figure out what path to go. Okay, how to get... Oh my god. What is it with squares in this game? 'Fuckles. Okay, so we need to get them all to equal what they have to equal. That D, so this D can't be here. This B can't be here. But everything else has to be there. So okay, I think I need to like let's just start by turning off the F. So we'll do this to get rid of that. We'll hit that. We'll hit this 9. We want that off actually, so we'll do that. But now we have F on. But now we have this off. But now we have this. Um that's on. This is interesting, and I'm not even sure how to do this. We're gonna be sitting here for like half an hour. I can already tell. I'm just gonna take a... Like this is the pinnacle of my brain. We're fucking dumbasses. Why is the flash on? Alright. This is like the pinnacle of what my brain can do, apparently. I feel actually stupid. Like, ugh. Why me? I'm gonna keep going through this, and I'm gonna keep failing, and it's gonna feel miserable. Okay. Okay. No, we want the beat on when we hit the... But F has to be on, too. So, we want the beat on, but we want it off X. See, this would be perfect if, like... Okay, so we're gonna hit that, and then we're gonna hit that, but then we're gonna hit that, maybe, and then... hit that. Oh my gosh, did I just do it? Fuck yes! Something clicked in my brain finally. Something fucking clicked in my brain. Holy shit. Oh my god, how was I stuck on that for so long? Ah! Literally, I kid you not, I tweeted this out, and I made a fucking post in my Discord because I was like, I'm stuck, please help, I'm an idiot. And I was like hoping people might like stop by the stream and be like, oh, maybe you should try this combination of button presses. But then as soon as I do that, like, like as soon as I did that, like the answer, my fingies moved, and I was able to complete the puzzles. Yes! I feel like a fucking... I'm not a genius. I'm definitely not a goddess gamer at this particular moment in time. But I felt smart for 2 seconds. Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah. Fucking... It's gonna be so funny looking back on the fucking YouTube, like on the VOD and stuff, and being like, man, I was really struggling with this. And then I'm gonna see the solution and play out in real time, and I'm gonna be like, God, it was that fucking simple. Oh, man. Fucking... Oh, man, I guess you could say it was an epiphany based on this game's logic. I had an epiphany. Maybe it's because I put out the puzzle into the world, right? And so, suddenly, you know, it's like somebody transmitted the answer to me. You know, they had an epiphany about it. They saw it. They were like, okay, this is what you would have to do to make all the lights go green. To make it black. Like, they didn't even see how the puzzle worked. But they, like, somebody fucking knew. And it's like, somebody knew the answer to it. And they saw it. And then they transmitted it to me. And, like, morphogenetic field theory, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if that's actually fucking real. But wouldn't it be fucking cool if that's what happened? Like, it just caused a random epiphany. Like, I know how to do this answer now all of a sudden. Because more people saw the problem. And they were like, somebody figured it out, but it wasn't me. And so it was transferred to me. I've got no fucking clue. It's... I don't know who somebody would be if I just fucking tweeted it out, though. So, I'm a little, like, I'm a little stupid. So, I guess let's just continue playing the game. You did it, Junpei. You're so smart. You seem to have done an excellent job and solved the puzzle. Just what I would have expected of you, Junpei. Hey, come on, you're embarrassing me. Whoa, don't get cocky, kid. We don't got time for that. Look at this. Check out the right edge of the control panel. The lid slid open and something came out. A cross emblem. Alright, so I think we're done there. Damn, it looks like this thing's locked, Momo. What the fuck? That is my... actual leg you just clawed into, you little whore. God damn. Like, I understand wanting to claw a little, you know, a little scratch, but like directly into my bloodstream? What the fuck, Momo? God damn. Like, we love you. You're a great cat. but damn. Fucking love you. Ooh. Oh, baby girl. Yo, baby Momo. Yo, baby Momo. Yo, baby Momo. Yo, baby Momo. Yeah. Yes, you is your baby. Come up here, Mama. Come up here. Come up here. Yeah. Mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. Nobody can see you, but I can see you, and I can give you lots of love, because you're my baby girl. Mwah. And now I'm going to throw you over to the bed. Okay. Damn. It looks like this thing's locked. It's not moving. Well, it's pretty obvious how we're supposed to open it. Alright, I put the emblem into the one of the 4 indentations on the desk, but... Huh? Nothing's happening. Wait, what's Snake doing? I feel symbols engraved just above each indentation. On the upper left is the steering wheel symbol. On the upper right, the cross symbol. On the bottom left, the mysterious circle symbol. And lastly, the waffle pattern is engraved near the bottom right indentation. Additionally, each symbol has been given a number. The steering wheel, 1, cross, 2, mysterious circle, 3, and 4 waffle patterns. Perhaps we need to insert the emblems in this order. That order, huh? Okay, but first we need more. This monitor is part of this machine. It's really dim, though. It's got a map of the world on it, but I can barely see it. Junpei, it looks like there's a compass on there. Ah, now I get it. What do you mean? I guess you weren't there, Clover, but I solved a puzzle like this one in the wheelhouse. I think I just need to do the same thing here. The same thing? The important part is the nautical table we just found. I just have to match up the directions on the compass with the lines on the nautical table. I used the steering wheel in the wheelhouse, but this time I think I'm going to use the wheel attached to the side here. Okay then, show me, now. Of course. Maybe I ought to run through the instructions. This looks like it probably works the same way the steering wheel in the wheelhouse did. If I just touch the direction I want it to turn, the compass will turn in that direction. Then I just gotta press stop when the compass is pointing where I want it to. I'm betting something will happen if I can do it right. Alright then, let's do this. Hint. Okay, so I guess, where's the starting point? So, south, west, southeast, northeast, east, north, east. I think. Shit, no, we were supposed to... South. West. What? Why didn't you stop? God damn it. Okay. So, south. West. Southeast. What the fuck? Why did you... God damn it. Why did you stop? Not where I wanted you to. Okay. South. West. Southeast. What the fuck? Why did it not stop? It just went to east. No, it was southeast. You bitch. South? West. Southeast. I swear to God. Northeast. East. North. East. Hell yeah, we did it.
Yay, you did it, Junpei. Good boy. Who's a good boy?
Ah, knock it off. Hey, we don't have time for screwing around right now. Check out the right side of the monitor. It's kind of slid open and something came up. Oh, yeah.
I heard a noise, too. You know that big box in the hall by the exit? I think it made a noise. Like something unlocking, you know?
A noise, huh? Alright. There's the helm. Oh, another one. Whoa, well, now we got something on the screen at least. Huh? What is this? Oh, wait a minute. I saw something like this when I figured out the Morse code puzzle back in the communications office. Morse code? Yeah. The dots on here look like dits for the Morse code. There's 2 dots on the first line, 4 on the second, and 1 on the last. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, perhaps you should give it a shot anyway. Alright, I'll try. Before I do that, though, maybe I ought to run through the instructions. If I just tap the button, it'll enter a dit. If I hold the button down, it'll enter a da. Once you enter our answer, it'll automatically determine if it was the correct answer or not. Alright, let's do this. So it looked like dot, 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 dot. I don't do. Nope, back out. No, I didn't mean. God damn it. I don't have any, like. There's no hint. Yeah, there's no hint here, so I guess I can't. I don't know what to do with that yet. The metal shutter looks pretty sturdy. It's framed with black and yellow warning strips. Alright, let's open it. Oh, holy shit. That is pretty damn creepy. There's a coffin in there. A coffin? A coffin. Oh man, does Seven think... Yeah, he's all pale. He's thinking the same thing I am. No way! Could this be... I'm sorry, but what's going on?
It's a coffin. I wonder if there's a vampire in it.
Right, I guess Clover and Snake don't know the story. Man, I can't bring myself to tell them. Well, at any rate, let's have a look around. There's a metal plaque on the coffin. Snake's touching it. All ice. Ah, the 2 machines. Holy shit, man, this is serious. Ah, well, let's open it, shall we? Clover, if you could give me a hand.
Okay, I got it.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Ha! No luck. It doesn't seem to be ready to open.
Yeah, but it's not like it's screwed shut or something.
Yes, I believe it's locked in some other way.
Hey, Seven, you think you could open it with your superhuman strength?
No,
What's wrong?
I think I'll just pass on this one, okay?
What the heck?
Very well, we'll just have to give up on the coffin for now. Let's look around the room a little more, shall we? Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge beneath the navel of the gigantic. Is that actually true? Okay, so nothing to do there yet. Ooh, a box. There are some pieces of red paper there. There's something written on the pieces of paper. Looks like we got 3 sheets of the stuff. What's here? That's not... Wait, Morse code chart? Maybe we're supposed to spell all ice. No, because maybe that doesn't make sense actually. I've got no fucking clue then. Where to even begin there. Ventilation fans. There are metal bars over the openings though. We can't go through them. Have you figured out what you're supposed to enter here, Junpei? Looks like the word that's supposed to go here has 3 letters. It's got 3 lines, and I think each line is 1 letter. I see. Well, if that's the case, then perhaps the letters you need are made up of 2 symbols, 4 symbols, and 1 symbol respectively. After all, isn't that what you just said? One line has 2 spaces, the next 4, and the last only a single space. I see. So in other words, I've got to either enter the dots or the dashes. And a set of 2, then a set of 4, then just 1. Yes, well, so it would seem. Maybe I ought to run through the instructions. Well, now we all have the sheets. Alright, let's do this. Hey! Okay, so a set of 2, a set of 4, and then a set of 1. Well, let's do process of elimination. The only things that are 1 is either E or T. E or T. So that's the only one that can be the last one. It's either E or T. But for the first one, it could be A, it could be I, it could be M, it could be N, and you're fine. I did share on Twitter and my Discord a fucking puzzle that I was fucking working on, but I fucking funnily enough, as soon as I tweeted it out and shared that I was having trouble with it, there was a part of my brain that just fucking clicked on it and was finally like, here's the answer. And I didn't have to think at all. It just came naturally. It was weird. It's like an epiphany, but I didn't know where it came from. Morphogenetic field theory, bitches. That's what this game's about, right? You know, epiphanies and getting transmitted information from an untapped field or whatever. I don't fucking know. Interesting game. I love this game. I love everything about it. But still, kind of weird that I suffered for 20 plus minutes and then was suddenly oh, there's the answer. But you're fine. No need to worry about being late. Still got Morse code to figure out. So, I'm trying to figure out what fucking word it would be by process of elimination. So the first letter is 2. So again, as I was saying, that could only be A, I. It could only be A, I, N, or M. That is 4 combinations. But the last letter can only be T or E. And the second letter could be B, C, F, H, J, L, P, Q, V, X, Y, or Z. Oh Lord. What the fuck kind of word am I spelling here? So, T or I? What the fuck would that even So basically, we're supposed to use Morse code here, either a dash or a dot, and we're supposed to spell a word, but there's only and we have the sheets to give us a hint of what to spell. But in order to spell a word, of course, the first letter of this word, whatever this word is is going, like, we don't know what it actually, like, what the word will end up being. I don't know. There's no other hints. Like, we just have the Morse code, and our hint is how much we can put into the system. So it's 2, and then 4, and then 1, and then it resets if you don't have it correct. So, again, what that tells me is that for the last letter, essentially, it could only be E. So for the last letter, it's only E or T, because those are the only two that can be one letter. And honestly, that's fine. That's easy. So, you know, I can figure out the last letter easily. So then it's just, what word do I make with those as the last letter? But now, when you have to take into account the fact that the first letter is either A, I, M, or N, or so it's either A, I, M, or N, and then the middle word could be X, Y, Z, V, L, J, P, Q, or B, C, F, and H. Could be any one of those. So it's like, well, what at that point, like, what am I spelling here? I don't think the last letter is going to be T. That just doesn't seem right. Maybe? I mean, yeah, no, I can't think of any words that would end with T. It's a 3-letter word. It's a 3-letter word. Damn, this is actually kind of... This actually, like, I could do trial of elimination. But then there's so many different combinations. I'm gonna back out real quick. So, I'm gonna go over here. Steering wheel. Whoa! Well, now we've got something on the monitors at least. What's that? Looks like some kind of puzzle. I wonder if these are the rules. Well, I'll read them to you. When you touch a numbered area, that area will be selected and it will turn blue to indicate this. Touching a numbered ball after selecting an area will cause the ball to be moved to that area. However, you cannot move the red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls into a single area. Press the check button once you have moved all of the balls except for the red ones, which you cannot move. The digital root of the balls in an area must match the number for that area. That's it? I really don't get it, but whatever. Like they say, practice makes perfect. Let's give it a shot. Don't you mean practice makes perfect? Hey, let's see you solve this next one, then you can make fun of me. Wait, a new puzzle? The fuck? Alright, I can do this one easily. So the red one can't be moved. So to make 6 A words: ave, ale, alt, ape, apt, ace, ace, act, aft. Did you really go through all of the fucking combinations after, like, did you go through all the combinations for all the A words that you could make with what I gave you? I mean, I suppose I could have done that. Gosh, I'm so... So if that's the case, like... Really? Ave, ale, alt, ape... Wait, is al really a thing? Am I? Yes, it is. Ale or alt? Ape or apt? Ace or... Ace. I'm gonna try ace real quick. And then it would be just E. Nope, that was not it. Ice? Okay, I think it's ice. I'm pretty sure it's ice. Fuck, I fucked that up. Okay, yeah, it was ice. So, let me explain why I knew it was ice as soon as you fucking said that. Because there's a coffin that's like right in front of this that says all ice. But all wasn't a word that I could type, and Alice wasn't either. And I didn't even think of the word ice as like something I could type. So the fact that you said ice as one of the possible combinations made it click in my brain. So it was ice. I'm just an idiot. But that's figured out now. Thank you. Thank you so much. Alright, I see. It seems you've solved the puzzle, Junpei. Excellent work. The answer was ice. How did you know? All I had to do was listen to the sounds the machine made. After that, it was a trivial matter to decode them. Ah, yes, I believe I heard a noise from somewhere on the right device after you solved the puzzle. It sounded rather like something sliding open. Do you see anything that could have made that noise? Yeah, that's true. Ah, yes, one more thing. I heard a sound from behind the shutter. Perhaps the coffin is unlocked now. What? Yeah, I find it hard to believe it would have been an M word. But now we can open this coffin, I think. Alright, fine. I'll open it. Okay, Junpei, can you do this? You can do this. It's just a box. There are no vowels in the middle row. Made it considerably easier. Yeah. I appreciate it. I appreciate you being able to, like, go through and, like, find all those, like, be able to sit there and be like, okay, word, 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 word. That works, that works, that works, that works, that works, that works, that works. This doesn't make sense. Like, I appreciate you being able to quickly go through that, because the way I am right now in my head, I'm more like bang zoom rather than function and fucking function and oh, I can go through all of these easily. That's probably why I've been having trouble with some of these puzzles. The ones that are more easy to understand, I seem to be figuring out easier, and the ones that are harder, it seems to take me a minute. But that's so inconsistent with the way I've been playing this game. Fucking, like, some of the bang zoom ones I've been going through pretty easily, sure, but some of the more difficult ones I've been blowing fucking past like nobody's business. So I've been playing this game so inconsistently. But, yeah, let's go. Okay, Junpei, you can do this. It's just a box. It's just a box. Oh, holy shit, this is a coffin. There's going to be something horrible in here. I just know it. Okay, deep breaths. Here we go. Like, the first, I think, funnily enough, right? I think the one puzzle that took me the longest to solve out of everything in this game was the first puzzle of the game. Was literally the first puzzle. The first escape room. That took me the longest, apparently. If I'm remembering correctly, the first one in its entirety took me like over an hour, and that one wasn't even that hard, but I struggled with it immensely. Oh man, there's nobody in there. Yo, now that I'm playing this, and I think, now that I'm playing this escape room game, and I'm like thinking about it, Trix, would you want to do how would you feel if we got a couple people together and and did like an escape room, like an actual escape room, because I've always wanted to do an escape room with friends, but like I never have the friends to go. I have no idea when this would even happen, but like, wouldn't that be cool, doing an actual escape room? I think that'd be fun, you know? I don't know. Yeah. Bang, zoom, pow. Alright, back to the game. Oh man, there's nobody in there. Shit, I can't believe I was scared of something like that. What do you mean, nobody? Were you expecting someone to be in there? It's a long story. Ask Junpei about it sometime. Well, just like Seven said, there's nobody in there. There is something in there, though. Well, two somethings, actually. What is that? The last thing. There are two things on the bottom of the coffin. Looks like we got a plate with an emblem on it, and the Neptune key. Yay, we finally found it. Now we can get through the hallway. That's correct, Clover. But we need to get out of this room first, you know. Yeah, I know. Okay, let's get the hell out of here as quickly as possible. I don't have any objections to that. I don't think we'll use the Neptune key in this room. It's really important, though, so I'll keep it in my pocket for now. As far as this other thing goes. Okay, so we have to go over here. Now I think we're gonna have like consistent puzzles to just solve back to back. So on this disc, so I have to do this puzzle first. You can't move the red balls. You can only. Okay, so I don't know. Is the red balls like this one? You cannot use this number. Okay. Okay, so you just can't use that one. Yeah, no, I think doing an escape room would be super fun. Like, if we actually did one with a group, like maybe you, me, probably Crypt, if they're down. Anybody else who might be interested? I don't fucking know. Just like a small group of friends who would be interested in it. Like 3 to 5 people at most. I think that would be for the best. Because then it's like minimal brains, you know? It's not like a shit ton of people trying to work through things. And I wouldn't want to do it with strangers either. So like, I think 3 to 5 people, you know? Friends that are interested would be good. That'd be good. I have no idea when. Or how. Like, I think every town these days has an escape room, but blah. Okay, so to solve this, we have to make the digital roots of 6 and 3, but I think we have to use all the balls except 9. So to make 3 or to make 6, let's do 5, 3. Wait, that doesn't work. 5, 2, 8. So 5 plus 2 is 7. 7 plus 8 is 15. 1 plus 5 is 6. 1 plus 3 is 4. 4 plus 4 is 8. 8 plus 6 is... 8 plus 6... 9... 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So that's 15 plus 7. Wait, no, I counted 7 to get to 15. So 8 plus 6 would be 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then if you add 7, that's 21. So 2 plus 1 is 3. Yeah, okay. No. Okay, I'm gonna go over here. Do boop, 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 boop. Wait. Can we not use more than 5? Okay, it went red, so I was like kind of confused there. Okay, this is it, right? But nothing's happening. There are still 3 more indentations left empty. I imagine something will happen when they're all filled. Doesn't that seem likely? Let's put in the emblem of the cross. Ooh, another puzzle. Hey, Junpei, something just showed up on the screen. The puzzle sure looks a lot like the last one. Yeah, but there's more of those red balls. You can't move. Numbers for each area are different too. Looks like it's got the same rules as the last one, though. You sure you don't want to double check that? No, I'll be fine. If I get confused, I can just look at the screen over there, right? Anyway, like they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Let's give it a shot. Isn't that a picture is worth 1,000 words? Hey, shut it. At least I'm trying, alright? Okay, 1 and 7, but this time we can't use 1 or 9. Okay, alright. So, I remember 7. So, in order to make 7, we had 5, 4, and... Yeah, in order to make 7, we had 5, 4, and... 7. So, 5, 4, 7. So, does the rest make 1? So, 2 3 plus 3 is 5. 5 plus 6 is 11. 11 plus 8 is 19. 9 plus 1 is 10. 1 plus... Yes! Yes, it works! It works! My brain is not stupid. I'm actually good at math, I guess. That's awesome, Junpei! There's only 2 left now. You can do it. Alright. I think the code emblem is next. Alright, let's put the emblem in the secret code. Damn, this puzzle looks a lot like the last one. Looks like the rules are the same, though. Don't you think you should double check it? Come on, this is the 3rd time I've done this. It'll be fine. So this, if you can't think of anything clever, please don't strain yourself. You might hurt something. Ah, shut up. Just give me a break, alright? I'll think of something. Okay, so we got 7 and 7, but without 3? Shit. Things just got harder. Things just got harder. I was able to deduce it before, but things just got harder. 2 plus 4 equals 6. 6 plus 8 is 6 plus 8 is 6 plus 8, 6 plus 8, 8 plus 6. 8 plus 6 would be 15. 1 plus 5 is 6. So that's incorrect. So 8 plus 4 or 7 plus 5 equals 12. 12 is 3. But we need to make 7, so 7 plus 5 would be 12, and if you added the no, we can't use 3 in this equation, so we have to make 7 2 times with 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, but we can't use 1, 3, or 9, so what does 7 plus 8 do? 7 plus 8 would be 16, 1 plus 7. But you need 3 to 5 orbs, so you can't just do that. So if 7 plus 8 would do 6, would be... No, that wouldn't even be 16. 7 plus 8 would be... Yeah, 12 is like 3, because in the end it becomes the digital root. So... that is what happens. So 12 becomes a 3. So we would just need the 4. So 8 plus 4, or 7 plus 5. So we wouldn't be able to use the 4, but if you did 7 plus 5 to make 12, and then 12 plus 4, so 12 12 plus 4 would be 16. 1 plus 6 would be 7. So if that's the case, then yeah, let's do 7, 5, and then 4. So that would be 7 right there, because it would become, the digital root would become 7, right? But is 268 the same? So at that point you have 2 plus 6 is 8, 8 plus 8. Oh, yes! Yes it is! Yes it is! Oh, fuck. Go. Okay. Okay. Fuck. No. God. Fuck. Ah! There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Excellent work, Junpei. You've only got one left. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Okay. I feel like this fast one's about to be the hardest one. Let's see what happens when I put the emblem in the coffin into this indentation. This is the 4th one. This puzzle looks a lot like the last couple. I think this is probably the last one. Once we solve this puzzle, I'm sure something will happen. Alright? I'll solve it in no time. Okay, so this time we don't have 6, and we have to make 8 and 9. So 7 plus 8. Wait. It's 7 plus 8 would be 15. 1 plus 5 is 6. I have less numbers to work with, so wait, 4 plus 5 equals 9. So let's say that's just, let's just throw in 4 plus 5 to make 9. So if 2 plus 7, with 2 plus 7 you get 9. 9 plus 8 would be 17, which would be 1 plus 7 to make 8. So if I can do those, that combination won't open the door. What? How? Wait, am I just supposed to add them all into one thing? Oh, I guess it does have to be 3 to 5, so fuck. So if I add them all together, which number do they make? So 2 plus 4 is 6. 6 plus 5 is 11. 11 plus 7 is 11 plus 7 is 18. 18 plus 8 would be 26. 2 plus 6 is 8. So if I throw them all into 8, okay. So I didn't even need to fill both of them. I just had to use all the orbs. Okay, I was about to say, like, goddamn. I mean, I'm glad that I figured it out in a way that, like, I split them up into both, but I guess, yeah, I guess I didn't think about the fact that, like, it didn't say, I guess it didn't say specifically that, like, you had to fill both things. It just said you had to use all the things, but you could only use 3 to 5 orbs per thing. It didn't say though. Yeah, it didn't say you just had to use. It said you had to use all the balls, and it said you had to do 3 to 5. So okay, where did that noise come from? Underneath the keyboard? Way to go, Junpei. You answered all the questions. Damn, Junpei, good job. Hey, did you hear something just now? Yes, I heard that as well. From the bottom left corner of the desk. Okay. There's a Momo sitting at the door of my room. Just kind of chilling. Looks like she knocked one of my pairs of underwear out into the hall, and I'm gonna have to pick that up before my roommate gets home. Okay, desks. There's something in the drawer. A picture? In the drawer was a single picture. He picked it up. It was a photograph of 4 men. What the? Involuntarily, Junpei's eyebrows shot up. He'd seen 3 of them before. What the hell is this? This man with the mustache on the right. He's the same guy we found murdered in the captain's quarters. He had the 0 bracelet on his left arm. And this second man with the glasses and a doctor's coat? He's the 9th man, the one with the bracelet number 9. He died after he went into door 5. But this guy, the one in the striped suit. Oh man, that's Ace. Yeah, I guess it is. No doubt about it. 7 and Clover had come to peer over Junpei's shoulders. But what does it mean? What is Ace doing in this picture? Not only Ace, the 9th man and Cap too. As Junpei looked closer, he noticed the expression on each man's face. Their smiles suggested that they were close, at least to some degree. And they looked happy, like they knew each other well. Why? How? How in the world are these 4 men connected? Snake's voice broke into Junpei's thoughts. You say Ace is in that picture? Yeah, it doesn't look like it was taken recently, though. Ace, the 9th man, and Cap all look about 10 years younger. Ah, so the 9th man and the man you found murdered in the captain's quarters are also in the picture. Yeah? Is there anyone else, or are there only 3 people in the picture? I'm afraid I can't see it. No, there's one more guy. He's got kind of long hair, he looks smart, but a little cold. He's the only one I don't recognize. Snake knit his eyebrows. What's the date of this photograph? It doesn't have one. Did you look on the back? The back? Yeah, the reverse, the other side. Junpei flipped the picture over. Ah, there it was. To be precise, it wasn't the date, but it was certainly significant. He read it out loud so that Snake would not be left in the dark, praying for the success of the Nonary project. With Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido. Nonary project, Nijisaki, Kobuta, Musashida. Junpei immediately flipped the picture back over. Then the 4 men in this picture were the organizers of the Nonary game 9 years ago. Since Hongo wasn't mentioned, Junpei figured that could only mean he'd written the words on the back himself. That means Ace, the 9th man, and Cap were all responsible for making it happen. But I feel like I should be more shocked about this. It's almost as if that's just how things were always supposed to be. That their true identities didn't come as a surprise was what Junpei found most surprising. Why am I not surprised? Ace was the one in charge of the Nonary project, but then why? Why am I so calm? It looks like it's like I already knew. Ah, of course, I understand now. Junpei looked over at Snake in his own confusion. He had missed the dark look on the other man's face. Ace was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. He was the one who invented the game 9 years ago. He was Gentaro Hongo. Ace is Hongo? Even as he asked, Junpei felt as though he'd already known. Almost as if someone had whispered into his head that, yes, of course Ace was Hongo. I had my suspicions from the beginning. Their voices were similar, too similar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. It was the voice of the devil. I couldn't be sure, though. After all, I had no way to check. I certainly couldn't ask him. Even if I had known, however, I would have never told you. 0 made it quite clear what would have happened if I did.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Huh?
I didn't know that Ace was Hongo.
Oh yes, I suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago, you were in Building Q in Nevada. But Hongo was in the Gigantic with us.
I know, that's why I didn't know what Hongo looked like. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right? You could have told me.
I'm sorry. I apologize for keeping this from you. But if I told you, Clover, you would have told everyone else. And if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago. I had to prevent that.
Clover and Snake's conversation wasn't of particular interest to Junpei. He still couldn't make sense out of his strange feelings of knowledge. He was trying to organize his thoughts when he heard Seven's voice.
Hey, Junpei, you think I could borrow that picture for a sec?
Sure. He had no reason to say no, so Junpei handed the picture over. Seven stared at the picture and began to mutter the 4 names of the project's leaders over and over to himself.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisoki, Murashido.
His brow furrowed and his face was flushed.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisoki, Masashido.
He chanted their names to himself, pacing back and forth across the floor.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisoki, Masashido.
Seven shouldn't have known their names. After all, he hadn't been there when Junpei and Snake had spoken of them in the library, but as Junpei watched him pace, it was clear that he did know them.
Hey, Seven, do you... Shut it! Just be quiet!
His eyes were red, and Junpei could see sweat beginning to bead on his forehead.
I'm this close to remembering. This close.
He was sweating heavily now, but his lips were dry.
Hongo, Kubota, Nijisoki, Musashido. Cradle Pharmaceuticals Nonary Project.
Then he stopped. Seven sat down the picture and looked at the red light near his feet. His eyes narrowed. Then suddenly his eyes went wide and he shot up straight.
Shit.
What? What's wrong?
Holy shit, this is nuts.
What's nuts?
I remember.
Remember what?
Everything.
Everything?
Yeah. I remember all of it. My memory's back. I remember what happened before I got snatched.
Seven's voice was filled with excitement.
What?
Shock and excitement had frozen Junpei in place along with Snake and Clover.
Let me tell you what happened.
Seven hastily drew a shaking hand across his mouth and began to speak.
Like Snake said, Ace is Hongo. From the right, the other 3 are Musashido, Nijisoki, and Kubota. Musashido was the man with the cash. Nijisoki was Hongo's right man, and Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiments.
Realization began to dawn on Junpei along with a pressing question. How do you know all this?
Come on, man, I told you, I finally got my memory back.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to ask you why you knew all this stuff in the first place before you forgot it. Seven rubbed the scar on his chin.
You really want to know?
Of course. Me too. Snake was the only one who didn't voice any sort of agreement. It looked to Junpei as if he was simply waiting to see where Seven's suddenly recovery might take him.
This is gonna take a while. Hell, it'll probably take me a good 3 days to tell you everything.
Well, we don't have 3 days. Just give us the short version, alright?
Short version, huh?
The big man pulled off his hat and scratched his head. He made a face and put his hat back on.
Alright, fine. I'll give it a shot. No promises, though.
Junpei and Clover nodded earnestly.
I'm a detective. It's a little awkward to say this about myself, but you could probably consider me a lone wolf type. I hold to my own code, as I think doing what's right is more important than doing what you're told. That's why I followed my gut that night. A slim lead brought me to the wharf. It was 9 years ago. The wharf had been cold as fuck and I could barely use the squat. I was investigating a mess of kidnappings, all of them children. They'd all had one thing in common, a history of visits to one particular hospital, a hospital under the management of Cradle Pharmaceuticals, and my investigation had turned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in the kidnappings. After a little sweet talking, I managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle. My source told me this. Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore. So I headed to the wharf. From the shadows, I searched the harbour until I found the ship he was talking about. There was a bunch of movement near it. Men in black suits, many of them were carrying large bags. The bags, there was something about the way they moved as they were carried. No doubt about it, there were human beings in those bags. I moved before I realized it. I came out of hiding with my gun already in my hand. Don't move! I felt metal touch the back of my head. Drop the gun. I could kill you right now.
It'd be easy to get away with it too. Just tie an anchor to your feet and no one would find you for a week. That's what you want. The fish here would love a meal. He kept digging the cold metal thing into my skull. Gah! There was nothing I could do. I did what he said and laid my gun to the ground. Then suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my neck, a needle, a drug. That was my last thought. My face hit cold concrete. I was out like a light after that. I woke up on a hard floor. Damn it, my head hurts. I did a quick once over of the room. Where am I? Small shabby bed, a dirty sink, a toilet with no privacy. I'd seen it countless times as a cop. I'm in a cell, huh? Facing to the toilet was a door set into the wall. I was still pretty woozy, but I made my way over to it. I pushed and pulled, but it won't open. Not like I expected much. Who'd be dumb enough to put me in a cell and leave it unlocked? Threw myself against the wall, but it wouldn't budge. I knew it. I gave up and made my way back to the bed and sat down. I sat there for a very, very long time. Who knows how long. Then I heard a faint voice. There. Oh, it's not. The voice was far away. I couldn't understand what it was saying, but I could hear one. It was pretty high, probably a little kid. Oh, that cat. No, it was several. I hear 5 or 6, maybe more. Where are they coming from? I pressed my ear to the wall and tried to listen through it. No. That's not it. What? 7 left. It's coming from under the bed. I hold on the metal frame and flip the thing over. And there it was. The bed had hidden an air vent under it. The hole in the wall was covered by a metal grate. I dropped flat on the floor and peered through the grate. I couldn't see shit, but I knew it in my gut. This was where those voices were coming from. Hold up. Why are there kids here? But then what my inside man told me popped into my head. Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore. Whoa, am I on that ship? It didn't matter. All I knew was I had to get those kids. I checked out the metal grate. Could fit. I stuck my fingers in and grabbed it. And then... Yeah, how do you like that, son of a bitch? Finally got the damn thing off. Sweat was dripping down my face, so I wiped it off and crawled inside. The first bit of sew was tight. I had to wriggle on my belly. It widened up, and there was space for me to crawl inside along my hands and knees. I went from crawling like a worm in the dirt to skittering like a buck. Couldn't say it was much better, but I'd take what I could get. And when I'd been in the thing long enough to start wondering where it'd take me, a massively sound nearly scared the piss out of me. It was like a heavy metal door had just been slammed shut. Then there was a voice. Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. What? I wasn't sure what it meant, but anything with incinerator is bad news. The almost as if it was on cue, I heard a mess of young and sounding voices. No! Help me! A bunch of them were straight up screaming in terror, and all the sounds together made a howl that made the hair on my neck stand up straight. Damn it, what the hell is going on here? I scrambled through the duct as fast as I could. I made a giant racket, but I didn't care at that point. I soon found a metal door on the left side of the duct. The kids were screaming on the other side. I found it. I yanked the handle and threw the door open. I ripped the metal off its hinges. What the hell is this place? I couldn't believe what I saw. The room had a dome up to the top and there had to be about 9 walls all the same size. Up in the ceiling was an up, down, side down funnel, almost like a chimney. I looked down. There they were, the kids I'd been searching for. They all gawked up at me, suddenly silent for the moment, from surprise and fear. Scared of the room or me, I couldn't tell. Probably both, actually. Not that I can blame them running into a mug like this when they're already scared shitless. I snorted at my own dig at myself, then turned to the kids. Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. All of them stood there frozen. Well, except one. He was a boy, slightly older than the others, in a private school uniform. Who the hell are you? He stepped forward and glared at me suspiciously. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. It looked like they relaxed some the second I got the words out. How are you gonna help us? Where's the exit? There isn't one. The doors we came in through won't open, and the door won't over there. He kind of cut himself off. I think he was considering something before he changed his mind. Anyway, there's no point. We can't get all out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna be burned to death. Burned to death? Can't you hear it? The voice said the incinerator's gonna start up soon. So... The voice spoke again. Incineration will begin in 15 minutes. They only had 15 minutes. I looked back down at the kids. Looks like a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. No way I could pull them up, too big of a distance for any of us to reach. The hell was I gonna do? But then I got an idea. Wait right there, I'm gonna be right back. What? Where is he going? Are you just going to leave us here? They got frightened again. I'm not the best at that kind of thing, but I tried to reassure them with a smile. Don't worry, alright? I'll be right back, I promise. So just stay calm and wait here. Got it? I didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time. I had to hurry. Well, as fast as a guy could on his hands and knees. Didn't take me long to get back to my cell. Still, no way out of there, but I had a plan. I needed something from the room. When I got it, I dove back into the hole and took off toward the incinerator. Then... Sorry to keep you waiting, guys. I tipped out the doorway and dropped down the rope I brought with me. Back in the cell, I torn the bed sheets into strips and tied them into something together to make a rope. It was sloppy, but it got the job done. Alright, just tie that around yourself, okay? I'll pull you up one at a time. Right. Huh? Wait a sec. Something was off. There were more of you than before. Where'd the rest of you go? The boy in the uniform answered. I let them go on ahead. We opened the 9 door and they left. What? You're telling me you opened that door? That's what I said. What the hell are you doing here? We couldn't go with them. Why not? Look, the only people who can go through the numbered door. He was in the middle of explaining when... Incineration will begin in 5 minutes. The wall shook, took a bit from the voice bouncing around. Look, that can wait, alright? Just get us out of here. Right. I grabbed onto the rope. The first one I pulled up was a girl with a ponytail. Next was a girl with a red necktie. A boy in a jacket came after, said he'd climb up on his own. The boy in the uniform was laced up. Like the other kid, he climbed up the rope himself. He looked pretty scrawny, but I guess he was stronger than he looked. He moved fast, but when he was almost to me, we heard some knocking. Everyone looked at the door. It had a thick square window set into it. On the other side, an angry face was staring in. God damn it! What's going on in here? Why is the room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids? The door opened and a man stepped in looking half mad with fury. I recognized his face. I saw him many times in photos during my investigation. The man's name was Gentaro Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope. It was like he was an animal. He lunged for the rope. Hurry! I know. The boy in the uniform booked it up the rope. You son of a bitch! Get back here, you little shit! 15 feet, 10. The second I could reach the kid, I grabbed him. I hauled him up and tossed him into the ducks behind me.
Gah! No!
Hongo had lost it. His face didn't even look human. He was like the bastard pulled off his face, and he was really a terrifying devil of some kind of damn monster. I quickly reeled in the rope, leaving a furious Hongo yelling at me from the floor. You fucking bastard! You won't get away with this. How dare you compromise this experiment? Experiment? What experiment? Incineration will begin in 1 minute. Hey, old man. The hell are you doing? Hurry up! The boy in the uniform is trying to get my attention. I may have thrown a salute in the raging asshole's face before it closed the door behind me. No point to going back to the cell, so we went down the other direction instead. After about 30 feet, we came across another duct on the left. This one was hidden down. Everyone nodded and took turns sliding down it. The duct emptied us out into a narrow hallway. There was a door on either side. The one on the left was a normal double door. But the other one was on the right was familiar. It had black and yellow stripes and a device next to it on the wall. A plate on it read incinerator.
Incinerator?
Yeah, that's where we were. It was the girl with the red tie who answered me. We were inside an incinerator. Yeah, Hongo might still be there. It's like it's been shut off though.
Wait, what if he's still in there?
Yeah, that's not good. That meant we gotta get out of here. Go to the door, hurry. The kids started running, and I was close, on their heels. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase. Run. Don't need to tell them twice. We went up and down, up and up. Our feet pounded on the steps and arms pumping fast. We went round and round and round like the devil was on our tail. The stairway kept going. We passed a couple landings when the boy in the uniform suddenly spoke. Something's up. Akane's not catching up to us. Akane, my kid sister, the girl with the red necktie. Akane. That's strange. I didn't remember seeing the name on the list of missing kids. Hey, Akane! He cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled. Nobody answered him. Maybe we outran her. The boy in the uniform suddenly skidded to a stop. I stopped too instead of the other two kids. When we did do that, well, we passed a couple big rooms on the way here. Maybe she took a rest in one of them. No, that's impossible. Sorry, Grandpa. You keep going. I gotta look for her downstairs. He turned to go. Hey, kid, wait. God damn it, I said wait. I don't think the kid even heard me. Fuck. I spun around to the boy in the jacket and the girl with the ponytail. I'm going after him. You two keep going, alright? You got it? The girl nodded and ran upstairs, but the boy, I'm going with you. I didn't have time to argue. I just nodded and took off down the stairs. I could hear him following me. We ran all the way to the bottom floor calling for her. Connie was nowhere to be found. God damn it, where the hell did she go? I could tell the kid was frustrated. And then suddenly, help me! Somebody, help me! We heard a girl's voice. Akane! The boy in the uniform suddenly threw the door and leapt into the hallway by the incinerator. We rushed in after him. I couldn't for the life of me believe what we were seeing. That bastard Hongo had Akane by the arm and was forcing her into the incinerator. Come on! God damn it! Move! I don't want to! Let me go! Please! She'd planted her feet squarely on the floor and was struggling to get away. But Hongo was bigger and stronger. She wasn't gonna win. Akane! Her brother roared with anger and charged towards Hongo. Help me! Huh, you're too late, idiot! Hongo lifted Akane bodily into the air and threw her, still fighting him into the incinerator. Before we could even blink, Hongo had leapt through the door after her. We saw him land inside, and then the door slammed shut. We ran to the door. We did everything we could think of to get to open it, but it's no use. The goddamn thing won't move an inch. He started slamming his fists against the door. He was close to shattering his knuckles with how hard he pounded on it. Akane, are you okay? He came back. Her voice was muffled, but all of us could hear the sheer terror in it. What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here.
Where's Hongo?
He went out the other door.
What?
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
Are you fucking kidding me? It's the same damn thing.
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, alright? We're gonna figure out a way to save you.
His words would have seemed like a sick joke to her if she'd been able to see how white and bloodless his face was right then. Incineration will begin in 17 minutes. Please, please help me. I'm really scared. I don't want to die. Please, I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
It's gonna be alright. I'll figure something out, I promise. I promise, okay? You hear me? I promise. It was torture listening to her sobbing on the other side of the door. Her brother was nearly crying himself. He could only stand there, fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white. It was silent. All they could hear was the creaking of the boat as it shifted in the water. They waited and waited, but Seven didn't continue. What happened then? Junpei couldn't wait any longer. He had to know. Seven looked at the floor. Come on, man. Put yourself in my shoes. It doesn't end good. You think I want to remember that? Then, yeah. Shit, if I'd known it was gonna be like this, I almost wish I hadn't remembered. Seven shook his head. But there was something Junpei had to know. Hey, are you sure? Huh? Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, did that girl Akane really... Ha! I'm throwing my voice around. Seven stared straight ahead at nothing. Yeah, I'm sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended. And we heard something burning. And the fire stopped, but we still didn't move. Me and the jacket kid were frozen. The boy in the uniform had collapsed. It's as if he couldn't hold himself up anymore. A few minutes passed. The door opened. The boy in the uniform tripped over his own feet running. We followed, too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made my lungs feel like they were on fire. It was like standing on hot asphalt. The air was wavering. And in the middle of the room, there it lay. The kid's legs were shaking so bad I don't know how he managed to walk. I couldn't see his face, but his body looked somehow empty. Finally, he reached it. He fell to his knees as his leg gave out on him. And then... I didn't want to scream that loud. My voice is already kind of fucked. And Junpei felt a cold form in the pit of his stomach. A feeling of sickening anticipation washed over him. He could feel his body shivering. Meow, 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 meow. 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 He desperately did not want to know the answer. He feared he already knew, but he had to ask. He had to know for sure. Can I ask you one more thing? What's that? The girl, Akane. What was her last name? What does it matter to you? Just tell me, okay? Please. Seven looked at Junpei curiously and ran his tongue quickly over his dry lips. Kurashiki. Her name was Akane Kurashiki. Ugh. And something inside of Junpei stopped. He had no more words left. He had no more Junpei left. He was just a shell of flesh and bone. Seven turned to Snake. You were there that day, weren't you? The tall kid in the jacket, that was you, wasn't it? Yes, it was. You are correct, detective.
Junpei's mind was blank, withdrawn from the world. Somewhere far away, he could hear Seven and Snake talking. Don't misunderstand me. I told you before how Zero threatened me. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago. So you're saying you're not working for Zero, right? Of course not. Clover, what about you? Hey, come on. You not really think I'm working with Zero? I told you before, you idiot. I was in Nevada in Building Q. I did hear that a detective rescued the kids on the boat, but I didn't know it was you. Her surprise seemed to be genuine. Seven regarded Clover for a moment and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Well, I guess I believe you. Clover nodded. Alright, let me ask you another question. He stuck his hands into his pockets and took a few steps, then he stopped and turned to face them again. Santa's real name is Aoi Kurashiki. He's Akane's brother. You know that? No, I didn't. Did you? Well, yes, I know Aoi Kurashiki was her brother, but I didn't know he was Santa. At least not from the beginning. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of puberty. His voice is entirely different now. I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection. As such, I had no reason to think that Santa was Aoi. When did you figure it out? Clover told me that Santa might have been one of the subjects of the initial experiment. It was only a short while ago, while we were leaving the library. When she told me that, I had a feeling. Santa is Aoi. Akane Kurashiki's June's brother. That spark caught flame in Junpei's leaden mind, and the fog began to clear. Like an engine beginning to turn, and images and thoughts began to coalesce in his mind, coming faster and faster, forming bigger images, bigger thoughts. Junpei blinked. He was back. There's a lot we don't know. I mean, like a lot. But there is one thing I think we can say we know. What's that? The body we found in the shower room? It had to be Nijisaki dressed up to look like Snake. What? Come on, man. What kind of detective are you? You didn't figure that out already? Hey, go easy on me. I just got my memory back, alright? Cut me some slack. Well, if he is, the 3 murderers make sense then. Don't they? Yeah, that's right, murder. Kubota blew himself up, but that was murder too. So why did these murders take place? If Junpei is correct and the body in the shower room was Nijisaki's, that means all the people who were murdered were people involved with the creation of the Nonary Project. Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments. Nijisaki, Hongo's assistant. Musashido, the man who financed the project. You mean this was all just revenge? Santa is Zero. He's getting revenge for the death of his sister? That's why he killed them? No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone. In fact, Junpei didn't think he knew. He couldn't explain why or how, but he had no doubt that Santa had killed no one. Perhaps the madness of the last several hours was finally driving him insane, but Junpei had ceased to be surprised at his sudden knowledge and even begun to accept it. If I'm right, then it's not hard to figure out who the next victim's gonna be, is it? I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you. Yes. Yep. Right. Snake, Clover, and Seven all nodded. The next target will be Gentaro Hongo, the person who planned the Nonary Project. In other words, ice. There was a moment of silence. What? And then the room shook. From far away, they heard the sudden rush of water. Whoa, what the hell's going on here? It must be 6 a.m. Our time is up. Shit! Come on, we need to get out of here. How? In the drawer that had the picture, there was a key card. Junpei grabbed it. I'm betting this sucker opens the exit. Come on, let's go. And now we finally get to leave the room. Alright, let's go. Let's just swipe the card. Junpei, look! It's unlocked. Yeah, now we can go back to the library. Hurry up, Junpei. We don't have time. Let's go. Alright, let's go. You found it. Technically, we found it because Trix helped. Trix helped find the exit. So, Trix and I guess we found it. So, Woo! We did it! We did it! We did it! Yeah! Alright. The door opened and they stumbled into the library. Huh? I think the shaking stopped. It would seem so, but we are yet to be out of danger. You're right, let's hurry. They ran across the hallway. This exit needs the earnest card too. Straight for the large metal door. Next to the door was the earnest card reader. Hey, Junpei. Yeah, I know. They slid the card key through and the door rumbled open. Alright, it's open. Let's go. Out of the library and into the hallway they ran. At the end of the hallway was a door. Junpei reached it into his pocket to pull out the key as he ran towards it. Alright. Okay. Neptune key, let's see if you work. He turned it. Yes, I think it's unlocked. The lock clicked. As one, they shoved open the door and poured through it. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick because I think shit's about to get intense. And I don't want to have to like go to the bathroom in a super intense moment. I will be back. Water. Momo, I've literally fed you, gave you water, I played with you, and you're just a jealous little kitty. Jealous little baby. You know, jealous baby. Baby Momo. You know, baby little Momo. Doing little baby Momo things. Because you need mama's attention. Mwah. Yeah, you need mama's attention because you're a little baby. See, you shut up when you're in mama's arms, huh? Yeah, little baby needs mama's attention. Need to be in mama's arms. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe be in mama's lap while we play video games. Yeah. You can be in mama's lap while we play video games, okay? I won't throw you onto the bed. Unless you decide to leave yourself, which you are. So that's fine too. As one, they shoved the door open and poured through it. In front of them was another great metal door. Above it was a metal plaque. It says incinerator. So this is the incinerator. This is the first time I've seen it from this side, but yeah, I think so. And there ought to be a lever near the door. Yeah, right here. Junpei ran up to it. Pull that and the door should open. Got it. As he spoke, he pulled the lever. The motor in the door groaned as it slowly ground open. There was no time to waste. Let's go. As the door had opened far enough to admit them, all four dashed through. Then suddenly, there before them were four of who they'd parted from earlier. Ace and Lotus stood in front of the number 9 door. Santa was curled into a ball against the wall of the incinerator, holding his stomach. And then there was June. She sat slumped against the wall, exhausted. What the hell was going on? Junpei ran towards June. He skidded to a stop in front of her and knelt down. What's wrong? Are you okay? Her face was pale and her lips dry. When she spoke, he could barely hear her. Jumpy, you came to get me. Of course I did. I made a promise. I am so glad you're here. So glad. She mumbled the same word. Weakly, over and over weakly, Junpei could feel his heart breaking. Hey, what happened to you? I'm fine. I just fainted. I wasn't feeling very good. I'm feeling a lot better now, though. Are you sure? Yeah, I just need to rest a little longer. I'm sure I'll be fine. You shouldn't worry about me. I read that as Junpei, but I was incorrect in my immediate assumption. She was looking towards Santa. Junpei turned to look as well. Santa. Santa grimaced, his face contorted in pain. Seven grabbed him by the collar and roared at him. Hi, where is it? Where's the gun? You hid it somewhere? Ugh. Despite himself, a grunt of pain escaped Santa's lips as Seven shook him. I don't have it. I got sucker punched and they took the gun. What? Who took it? What? Isn't that obvious? I took the gun. Ace! He did indeed have the revolver in his hands. It was pressed against Lotus's temple. Ace had her pinned to him with the other arm, and she was shaking visibly. Her fiery attitude was gone, replaced by fear. She didn't dare speak. There was sweat on her forehead, and when her eyes weren't flickering up to the gun, he pressed it against her, and they seemed to desperately want to say something. Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Ace? Maybe I ought to say Gintaro Hongo, CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Seven's deep baritone rumble shook the walls. Ace sneered. You have me at a disadvantage. I don't like that. You know me, but I don't know you. Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? Can you even begin to understand my pain? The pain of prosopagnosia, right? Junpei's voice was casual, or at least it was trying to be. Huh, another irritating insect. And how do you know that, Good question. Junpei couldn't say. He just knew. Another unexplainable mystery. No matter. If you don't want to answer, it makes no difference to me. This is a waste of time anyways. It's time for me to go. Yo, you actually did it. Well, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Now you won't get hit with those Twitch ads, which are fucking horrendous right now. Like 4 to 5 ads in a fucking row. They're fucking awful right now. Woo! You got that? I don't have a fucking actual badge of art, of like personal art for my fucking channel subscription. I should do that at some point. I should like get something done where it's like you know, it's a progressive thing where the more you subscribe, the more like obviously there's no point right now. Maybe I should just get a simple badge, but I don't even know what kind of thing I would use for a badge, to be honest. Like, I don't know. Maybe like a clock or something. I'm kind of clueless, to be honest. I'm not good at that artsy stuff. I mean, I am, but like, yeah, I'm not good at that artsy stuff. I am, but not right now. This is a waste of time anyways. It's time for me to go. Behind Ace, Junpei could see the red. It was placed in a small indentation on the wall. Quickly, Ace placed his hand on the scanner. First is 1. Give me your hand. Ah. It beeped and he forced Lotus's hand onto the wall. 8. And with this. Then at last, he reached into his pocket, the pocket of his jacket. He pulled something out and pressed it against the panel. The third asterisk appeared on the red. 9. Also, that is my favorite emote, by the way. It's the one, it's my favorite current emote that I have. Fucking the sip emote. Like, God, I fucking love it. Best girl sip. If you look closely at the mug, like, you can't see it when it's actually in Twitch chat form, but if you look at the actual, like, artwork of it, the full-blown one that it shows you, at least I think it shows you when you, like, click on this, it's like, you can see the best girl in the mug. Because, you know, I'm best girl. Goddess gamer. Yeah. Thing I'd used for the final verification was the bracelet with the number 9. The 9th man, Kubota's bracelet. 1 plus 8 plus 9 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9. I believe I've won this game. His smirk made Junpei's blood boil. I've had quite a time playing with you. I must thank Zero, I suppose. Wait, what? Ace doesn't know who Zero is? Junpei's eyes flickered towards Santa. He hadn't moved since they'd entered the room. Santa was still holding his stomach and groaning, as if in immense pain. Junpei wasn't sure if it was real pain, but he wasn't sure it wasn't either. The hell are you planning, Santa? At any rate, this game ends now. I will escape, and the rest of you will have a slightly less pleasant ending. I suggest you enjoy your final moments. Goodbye. White! Ace, of course, paid no heed to Seven's request and laid hold on the lever on the red. With a sickening sense of finality, he pulled it. Alright, but like, wouldn't everybody be able to go through the door? Anyways? What? What? Why isn't it opening? Gah, one more time. Lotus tried to take advantage of Ace's confusion and managed to twist herself out of his grasp, but... At the last second, he grabbed hold of her wrist and shoved it onto the red. Now open! He waved the number 9 bracelet over the red and then his own bracelet as well. He pulled the lever a second time. No! What is this? Why? The digital root should be 9. It has to be 9. Then why? Why isn't it opening? Ace's fury and confusion had overridden all other thoughts. He had set down the revolver. It was just below the red. Now! Seven chose that moment to act. He moved far faster than a man of his bulk should have been able to, and he launched that bulk straight at Ace. Grah! I'm really fucking up my voice with all this screaming. Is this what it's like to fucking voice act for Dragon Ball Z? Because goddamn. Okay. It was over before they knew it. In the blink of an eye, Ace was on the floor. He rolled onto his side, groaning in pain. Lotus ran straight for Junpei. She darted around him and stuck her head out, making sure to keep Junpei between herself and Ace. Whew, that was close. Thank you, Seven. Thank you, Seven. Don't mention it. Seven stood over Ace, his breathing slow and heavy. Just one punch ain't enough for this piece of shit. You can reach your goal of nothing faster. What do you think that one actually does? You know? What do you think nothing actually does? You know, like it's there, but what do you think it does? Do you think it actually does nothing? Or do you think something's gonna happen if I use it? If somebody uses it? I guess you guys will just have to find out. Ooh, funny how that works. Just one punch ain't enough for a piece of shit like this. After what he did 9 years ago, I ought to rip him to pieces. But if a suspect can't talk, they ain't much good. Once he's locked up in a cell, we're gonna have a little chat. 9 years ago? Then you must be... Yeah, you finally figured it out, dumbass. Ugh. Ace planted his hands on the floor and shook his head. It's only a matter of time. I look forward to seeing you hit the nothing button. It means you'll have to stop by a lot, and I'll actually have to stream a decent amount for you to get it, so... it's kind of motivating, honestly. Gotta stream so you can hit the fucking nothing button? Gosh. That's a lot. It's not just hard work on your end of being here, it's hard work on my end of streaming here. Like, oh gosh. Oh lord. Motivation, you know? But that's okay, because I like streaming and I enjoy it, so it works out. He stopped and looked down at Ace, with pity on his face. Ace, you killed Kubota, Nijisaki, and Musashido, didn't you? Wait, Nijisaki? He peered at Junpei, genuinely confused. Oh right, you don't know yet. Alright, we'll just go through them in order then. Let's start off with Kubota. You talked to Kubota and managed to convince him to go into door 5 alone. You killed him without making it look like you killed him. The way I figure it, you had 4 motives. 1, in the Nonary game, the number 9 is dangerous. Whoever had the 9 bracelet could join whatever team they wanted. Adding 9 to any number doesn't change the digital root. 1 plus 9 is 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. 9 plus 2 is 11. 11 plus 1 equals 2. So on and so forth. Which means that number 9 could do whatever they wanted. You remembered. You wanted to remove that threat as soon as possible. 2. You wanted the number 9 bracelet for yourself, so that you could make use of its power. In fact, you did use it in the murder of Nijisaki. 3. Even if his number hadn't been 9, Kubota was a problem. He knew your past, he knew what had happened 9 years ago before. You needed to silence him before he told anyone. 4. But last, and perhaps the most disturbing, you used Kubota as a test. You wanted to know how serious this Nonary game was. Was it truly life or death, or simply a harmless prank? You convinced him to break the rules so you could see what would happen. That was why you killed Kubota, but he was only the first. Next was Nijisaki. While everyone was off looking for the missing parts for the Reds, you ran into Nijisaki near the big hospital room. However, because of your prosopagnosia, you didn't realize he was Nijisaki, chiefly because when you met him, he was dressed like Snake. That was why you thought Nijisaki was Snake. No, that was Nijisaki? Why? How did? I'll get to that. Anyway, you thought he was Snake. Snake was one of the kids in your experiment 9 years ago. You remembered him because he was the blind kid. But his presence made you think. Snake was one of my subjects 9 years ago. He probably hates me. But if that's true, why isn't he saying anything? Is he keeping quiet because he can't see? Or perhaps he's working with Zero to get revenge on me? Whatever the reason, anyone who knows my past is a threat. Before he tries anything, I need to get rid of him. That was when you decided to kill him. The murder weapon was Kubota's bracelet. You just waved it over the red. Verified your own number and then grabbed Nijisaki's arm and forced it over the panel. Then, when the door opened, you kicked him in. 9 seconds later, the door closed. And then 81 seconds passed, and poor Nijisaki was dead. Then you mean to say Snake is still alive? Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm good as new. Thank you for killing the wrong man, but I can't say I like knowing that you wanted me dead. Although, to be honest, even if you hadn't tried to kill me, I would still hate you very much. Huh, well, I wouldn't blame you. Ace's self-derision was frustrating. But Junpei kept his emotions in check and continued. Last but not least, let's talk about Musashido's death. When Clover and I were investigating the chart room, you came over to talk to me. Do you remember what you said? Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at that? I handed it to you, and you left the room. You had been in charge of the Nonary project. Of course you would have known the solution to every puzzle. Which would mean that you also knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. All you had to do was place the watch in the indentation on the door to unlock it. With the door open, you could enter the captain's quarters. Musashido was there. Conveniently placed next to him was an axe that was practically begging you to kill him with it. You picked up that axe and buried the blade deep in the other man's chest. One blow is all it took. Then you returned to the chart room as if nothing had happened. There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment? I had no reason to say no. I followed you to the wheelhouse. When we stepped inside, remember how you slipped your hand into my vest? You pulled out a piece of paper, the one I used to cheat during the vote. But that wasn't really what you were after. Your little purpose had been to slip the watch back into my pocket. It wasn't a very good plan. It had way too many holes, and someone saying the wrong thing could have brought it all down around you. You must have been desperate. But what made you willing to risk it all to do it? Ace, that was the only one thing Junpei hadn't been able to figure out. Musashido's murder is the only one I don't understand. I don't understand. You obviously did it, but why? Because of this. Slowly, Ace reached and pulled something out of his pocket. It was folded, a piece of paper. What's with the paper? Just read it. Junpei took it and opened it. Let's see. This was what it said. Number 1. There are 2 ways you might survive this ordeal. The first is to win the Nonary game. The second is for you to confess your sins of 9 years past. I prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. The images captured by that camera will be streamed through a satellite and distributed across the world. Simply look into the camera and repent. Once you have confessed everything, I will release you from this ship. To make your confession more credible, I have left you a witness in the captain's quarters. Perhaps he will confess with you. The decision is yours. Do as you please. 0. When I awoke in that room on D-Deck, I found that in my pocket. That was why I chose door 1 when we voted. If I went through that door, I knew I could get to the captain's quarters. As you said, I knew how to enter the wheelhouse. My plan was to find the pocket watch before anyone else. If I could, then my alibi would be set. At least that was the plan. Unfortunately for me, you got to it first. That sleight of hand was the best I could manage on short notice. You meant to kill him from the beginning then. Musashido, I mean. I only knew Musashido was the witness after I reached the captain's quarters. I asked him and he answered. He seemed groggy, perhaps he had only just woken from sedation. I suppose Nijisaki was in much the same state. He seemed confused and disoriented when I encountered him. But yes, you are correct. I intended to kill him from the beginning, even though I didn't know who he was. I proceeded to the captain's quarters in order to remove this so-called witness. Ace had confessed everything. What energy he had left him with the truth, and he sagged on his knees. Although he confessed, his sins were not forgiven. Junpei felt revulsion for the pathetic man on the floor near his feet, but among the revulsion was a hint of pity. After all, Ace had not been the only person who murdered those 3 men. Junpei spoke quietly. Ace, you figured it out, haven't you? You were being manipulated. Yes, so it would seem. I was little more than a puppet in many ways. Everywhere I went, everything was already prepared. The Reds in the large hospital room were dismantled. Nijisaki was dressed like Snake. There was an axe in the captain's quarters. Musashido was delirious from the anesthetic, so he couldn't fight back. Nijisaki as well. In retrospect, I can't understand how I could have fallen into such a simple trap. But yes, this was a trap. It was Zero's trap, and I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I did everything he wanted me to do. Yeah. By manipulating you, Zero was able to kill 3 people and keep the blood off his own hands. All of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this Nonary game happened. Am I right, Santa? Junpei looked over at Santa. As Junpei spoke, he stood up, his legs still shaking. Huh? The hell are you talking about? I don't know any... Ain't no point trying to play dumb anymore, Santa. Actually, I guess I should call you Aoi Kurashiki. Seven's face was sad as he spoke. My memory came back to me. Kid. You're Aoi Kurashiki, no doubt about it. Never thought I'd be back in this room talking to you. But hey, I guess this was all part of your plan, right? After all, the person who planned the Nonary game this time around was Zero. And Zero's you. Heh! Looks like you really do have your memories back, huh? Santa's smile was sarcastic and something else. Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it then, huh? Yeah, you got me. I'm Aoi Kurashiki. I was one of the kids in the Nonary game 9 years ago. I made it out, so did Snake over there. But there's one thing. No, I guess there's two things you got wrong. Number one, I ain't Zero. What? Wait, what? Sure, I was helping Zero out, but I'm really more of an assistant, like a secretary. But an assistant's only an assistant. I didn't come up with all this. All I did was follow Zero's orders. Then if you're not Zero, who is? Calm down there, Junpei. Didn't I say two things? You made one more mistake. Junpei, you just said all of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this Nonary game happened. But that's not it. Revenge isn't the only purpose. There's another reason you guys were playing the Nonary game. Huh? To save someone. Save someone? Right. You were brought here to help my sister, to save Akane. The hell are you talking about? Akane Kurashiki... Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago in this room. I was there, I saw. Suddenly, Seven froze. His eyes went as wide as dinner plates, and he spun around towards June. Junpei followed his gaze. What? She was gone. Where had June been? There was nothing. The hell? Where is she? Where's Akane Kurashiki? Seven began to mumble to himself, a strange series of words strung together as if his mind wasn't functioning properly. His face was twisted with effort, as though he were struggling with something they couldn't see. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hands against the sides of his head. Ugh, my head. It feels like it's gonna pop. Seven, what the hell is going on? I don't know. I swear to God, my head feels like it's about to explode. From somewhere far away, they all heard a deep, heavy noise. It sounded like a tremendous wheel slowly beginning to turn. Santa seemed to have entered an almost trance-like state. His worms were calmed and measured. What was the Nonary project? I'm sure you already know, but I'll tell you one more time. It was a project designed to test a particular phenomenon. And what was that phenomenon? For two organisms to communicate with one another in the absence of physical contact. The morphogenetic field theory. Could humans beings use these invisible fields to exchange information? That was what this experiment was conducted to examine, to determine. There were two separate locations. One was the Gigantic, and the other in the building in Nevada called Building Q. The 9 children trapped in Building Q were faced with numerous puzzles, copies of identical ones on the Gigantic. They were told to send their answers into the morphic field set and transmit them to their brothers and sisters on the Gigantic. The transmitters were put in Building Q, and the receivers were put on the Gigantic. Each sibling pair was supposed to be split up, but there was a mistake. Akane was a transmitter. She should have been in Building Q, however. For some reason, she was placed on the Gigantic with receivers like me. Perhaps she was mistaken for someone who was supposed to be in Group A. Whatever the case, Akane ended up in the Gigantic. I think I've told you enough. You get it, don't you? I'm pretty sure you know where this is going, Junpei. What is going? Don't play dumb. You know things you shouldn't. Things you couldn't. How did you know Ace had prosopagnosia? How did you know why Ace wanted to kill Kubota and how Nijisaki was killed? Were you surprised when you found out Ace was Hongo? And what about the coffin Snake was trapped in? How the hell did you open it? Well, the answer to that is easy. He knew because I knew. I'm sorry. He knew because I knew. Junpei was receiving information that I sent to him through the morphic field set. It's simple, really. How do I know the alternate futures, then? Imagine a river that splits in two like an upside-down Y. The river that flows from the top to the bottom, from a single stream into two branches. It only flows in one direction. It can never go backwards. Information is the same way. It moves from the past to the future, but never flows backwards. That's why people at the river's source in the past will never know about those downstream in the future. But the people downstream will never know about one another either. Information only flows along the path of the river, but I am different. I can manipulate the morphic field set to pluck knowledge from the future. I know what happens on either fork of the river, even though the people on the either fork know nothing about one another. Now, who am I? I am I, the 9th letter of the alphabet. I am also 0. No, that's not true. I'm not really 0. Not yet, perhaps. You could say I am less than 0. 0 is my future. In 9 years, I will be 0. Where did she go? June? No, Akane. Where did you go? Santa. Why is Clover? Oh, shit. Freeze. Santa's got the gun. Guess he picked it up when we weren't watching. Looks like he's turned the tables on Ace, though. Wonder how he likes having a gun to his head. Get up. Sure isn't about to take that gun off him for a minute, isn't he? Ace isn't putting up any kind of a fight. I mean, I don't think I would either, but he just looks drained. I guess he's going for the door, huh? He doesn't need to verify to go through that door, but... Hey, what's your plan, Santa? What are you doing? He can't get through any numbered doors with just 2 people. What the hell is he thinking? Didn't I tell you? I'm Santa Claus. It's time for me to go make a wish come true. That's it. That's all he's gonna give us? The hell does that even mean? Shit, they're out. And now the gate's shut. Looks like the rest of us are stuck in here. They're all looking at me. At least 7's headache is gone. He seems to be alright. Well, I guess there's no harm in trying. Let's see if this door still opens. Damn, well, it looks like the door isn't opening anytime soon. You mean we're trapped in... So it would seem. What the hell is Santa trying to do? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, what? Have you considered where we are? There can only really be one thing Santa would do now. No. No, you can't be serious. Oh, but he is. Shit, we gotta do something. Maybe we can still get out through door 9. There's the red. Yeah, alright, we can do this. I've just gotta... No, it's not gonna work. There's no way. The 5 of us can't open this door. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8. 26 is 2. 2 plus 6 equals 8. Is there any combination that'll work? Junpei, can I borrow your pen and notebook? Sure, why not? I don't think I'm gonna need them. Ever again. Well, she certainly looks purposeful. Looks like she's writing equations. A lot of them. Oh man, she doesn't look very happy. What? Hey, no need to be ripping pages out like that. Jeez. The hell are you doing, Clover? Give me that. Alright, at least 7 got it away from her. Maybe now I can get a look at what she was writing. Let's see. What? Then there's no other way. Then there's no other way? Lotus. Looks like she'd figured it out, though. Man, this is just too cruel. It's okay. Go. Lotus. Come on. You know we can't do that. Oh, don't give me that. I'm sure you'd love to get rid of me. God damn it, you idiot. Where the hell did that come from? Looks like she expected that about as much as I did. Without, if you're not... Look, it'd be bad, alright? For a cop, he sure doesn't have much confidence. Bad? Yeah. If there weren't assholes like you running around, I'd be out of a job. Huh? Look, I'm just not leaving you behind, alright? End of story. 7. He's right, I'm not leaving you either. Me too. You didn't honestly think I'd abandoned you, did you? You're all idiots. Act as tough as you want, Lotus. We can all see you're about to cry. That being said, however, I do doubt we would be able to open the door anyway, even if we were to leave Lotus behind. Huh? Why? I trust you remember what happened to Ace. I couldn't, exactly see what happened, but I was able to guess what he was attempting to do earlier at the red. Oh yeah. No, what is this? Why? The digital route should be 9. It has to be 9. And why isn't it opening? Just to see, why don't you give it a shot? Give it a shot? Yeah, that is what I said. You were right. It ain't opening. But it did open 9 years ago. The digital route was 9 then, I'm sure of it. You think maybe they changed the settings? Perhaps. Shit. If we can't get through the door, we can't get out. The walls are way too high. There's no way in hell we could get to that hole 7 popped out of 9 years ago. All we can do is stand here at this door with a 9 on it. I guess this is it. This is the end. I was watching. I had watched everything that was reflected in his eyes. I was listening. Every sound that vibrated in his eardrums I heard. Smell, taste, touch. I felt everything he felt. I knew everything about him. What was he thinking? What was he feeling? What was he sensing? All of his feelings and worries became mine. My mind, my consciousness was inside of him. Through the morphic field set, we were resonant, and we were as one. I was him, and at the same time, I was an observer. It started with a tremendous noise like a clap of thunder. That was approximately 9 hours ago. A bomb had gone off on the ship we were on. That was when my resonance with him began. My resonant event melted into him, and we became one. Inside of Junpei. Somehow I found myself in Junpei's mind, 9 years in the future. But I didn't lose myself. I was living in 2 realities at once. One was the present, and the other was the future. Perhaps you can think of it as 2 movies showing on the same screen at the same time. It becomes difficult to separate them and determine which movie is which. However, if I concentrated, I was able to focus on one or the other. That was why I was able to grasp what was happening in front of me. Come on, over here. That was my brother Aoi. I followed him. Around me was 7 other children. They all looked like they were about my age. Come on, hurry up. We ran down a long, straight hallway and burst into the large hospital room. Everyone was arguing. 2 of the boys got in a fist fight. A girl was watching them began to cry. I want to go home, she cried. I want to go home. Another girl slapped the crying girl and glared down at her. It's been 2 hours since the Nonary game began. We were starting to fall apart. But just when all hope seemed lost, Light started talking. He was blind. 9 years later, we would call him Snake. Hello, everyone. Could you come over here for a moment? He was older than most of us, and his voice had authority and dignity. The fights died down, and we all gathered around him. I have a little sister. She's very important to me. Right, now she's over in Building Q and is desperately trying to send information over to me. Her name is Clover, and today's her 9th birthday. As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket. In his hand were 9 4-leaf clovers. I was going to give these to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them when I was abducted. I'm sure I've already told you, but I'm blind. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of a very specific plant, well, it's difficult. But my sister means a great deal to me, and I hoped that these would show her how much I cared for her. Since it's her 9th birthday, I thought 9 4-leaf clovers would be appropriate. Every one of you has a brother or sister in Building Q with Clover. For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get off this ship, do you understand? If we're going to do that, there are 4 things you have to remember. We need trust and love, and we have to have faith in one another. If we can take all 3 of those things to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way. Did you know that leaves on the 4 clover mean faith, trust, love, and luck? Those words are leaf words. So if you believe what I've told you, and you understand, then I want each of you to have one of these. They're a promise between friends. He gave a clover to each of us. I took one too. Eventually, he was left with only a single 4-leaf clover. He had one last thing to say. Now don't ever forget, so long as you have that, we will always be connected. Do you understand? When he finished, the tension of only a few minutes before was gone. We were calm. After that, we ran around the ship for a while longer, opened several of the numbered doors, until we finally found a door with number 9 on it. In fact, there were 2 doors with them, and we found them in the chapel. We split into 2 groups, and through the doors. Before long, we all found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked all upside down, like an upside down funnel. For some reason, this room had another number 9 on it, but this time it was only 1. But if there was only one door, that means only 5 people could escape. What are we going to do? There aren't any other doors. We began to panic. Then, as if things had not gotten bad enough already, Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration has begun. What? What's happening? What did that thing say? That didn't sound good. My brother Howie swallowed hard and answered, I think it means this room is gonna burn. Burn? The plaque on the door says incinerator, and that voice said that the incineration is about to start. Incinerate means to burn. No! Help me! Abject terror filled the room as everyone began to scream and cry. Every pair of eyes were filled with despair. Then, high up on the wall, a door opened and a man appeared. He was huge, frightening, a mountain of a man as large as a bear. 9 years later, we would call him 7. Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. The rest happened just like 7 had said it did. The 4 of us who had stayed behind were saved by 7. We crawled through the vents away from the incinerator and slid down into the hall. We came out on the other side of door 9. On the wall opposite the door was a set of double doors. We went through those and began to run up the spiral. As we ran, I led the way. Behind me were Nona, my brother Howie, Snake, and 7. The other children, the ones who'd gone through door 9 before us, were up ahead. I could hear them cheering each other on. We ran and ran and ran. We leapt across as many stairs as we could and kept running. The stairs spiraled upwards like a tornado. Eventually, I pulled ahead of the rest. Perhaps Nona had slowed them down. I didn't want to lose them, so I slowed down as well. I didn't stop, but I glanced over from my shoulder from time to time to see if they had caught up. That was when I realized, oh no, where is it? Did I drop Jumpy's present? I knew I'd had it with me when we passed through the vent. Then had I dropped it as we slid out? I had to go back, I had to, but I knew I couldn't tell the others. They would stop me, I was sure of that. I didn't stop to think, I simply moved. I ran to the central hall, the room that connected to all of the others of the ship. I hid in the shadows, and moments later, I felt a rush of wind as they ran past me up the staircase. I waited until they were out of sight, and then I ran. I moved as quietly as I could, down and down and down. Finally, I reached the bottom deck. I ran into the hallway and looked around frantically. There it is! It was just where I thought it would be, sitting under the opening of the vent. I ran over and snatched it from the floor, but as I ran back towards the stairs in freedom, the door to the incinerator opened and a man stepped out. It was Hongo, Gentaro Hongo. 9 years later, we would call him Ace.
Ah, how wonderful to see you decided to come back.
His smile made my blood run cold. It looked mechanical, as if someone had simply pulled up the corners of his mouth.
Come with me. We must continue the experiment.
I shook my head, eyes wide. Slowly I began to walk backwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then I spun around and broke into a run. I felt Hongo's hand close over my left wrist.
I said, come with me.
There was an edge of insanity to his voice now. I pulled as hard as I could. No, stop! Let me go! I shook my body and flailed my arms, desperately trying to get Hongo to let go of me. But I was still only a child. I was no match for a man like Hongo.
Stop struggling, goddammit. Do as I tell you.
He heaved on my arm, trying to pull me into the incinerator. I screamed, help me, somebody help me. Then suddenly, Akane! The door to the stairs flew open, and my brother Aoi burst out of it. Behind him came Seven and Snake. Akane! He cried my name again as he leapt towards Hongo.
You came
back, I cried out. But then,
ha! You're too late, idiots.
Hongo threw his full weight against my arm, pulling us both into the incinerator. The force of it threw me to the floor. I scrambled to my feet and looked towards the open number 9 door. Hongo stood between it and me, but behind him I could see my brother, his fists clenched. But those fists never reached Hongo. With the cold, heartless screech of metal on metal, the door slammed shut. Hongo glanced at me mechanically, his face registering that there was an object there, but not anything he would consider a human being. Then he turned around and walked to the red that sat next to the door. He reached into his pocket and removed 2 bracelets. He waved them both over the scanner panel. 2 asterisks appeared on the red. He checked the screen, then tossed the bracelets carelessly onto the floor. What was he doing? What was the point? He made no effort to explain himself, but of course, he said nothing at all and walked past me as though I were nothing more than a rock by the roadside. A few moments later, the 2 other doors slid shut as well. Faintly, I could hear someone pounding on the door behind me. I turned around and ran towards the door with a 9. Akane, are you okay? I could hear a voice from the other side of the door, a worried, frightened voice. Help me! My throat was already raw, but I screamed as loud as I could. My voice echoed lonely around the empty room. What should I do? I don't think I'm trapped in here. Where's Hongo? He went out the other door. What? Then it started again. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Incineration will begin in 18 minutes. Evacuate the incinerator immediately. Holy shit, man, I knew what it was gonna say, but that is one hell of a creepy voice. I knew it. It's starting. Santa started the incinerator. Fuck, man, I never thought I'd hear that damn voice again after 9 years. What the hell? What in God's name are you talking about? It's 9 years this and 9 years that, and when it's 9 years something then you're talking about some sort of fucking experiments. I'm sorry, Lotus, but we really don't have time to explain right now. I promise I'll tell you everything once we get out of here. But incineration will begin in 17 minutes. You know what that means, right? Incinerate means burn. What kind of idiot do you think I am? I know what incinerate means. Well, god damn it, okay, fine. I won't ask anything else. Talk about whatever you want. But you have to do something for me. 7, figure this out. What? Why me? Just shut up and stop this thing. How the hell? There has to be some sort of emergency shut-off button. There isn't anything like that. How the hell do you know? Because I looked for it 9 years ago. Yeah, Lotus isn't happy about that. Can't really blame her. Wait. The floor. It's moving. What else can I say about it, but... What the hell is that? What is that? What else could I say? The floor opened and a machine rose up out of it. It looked like a computer. At least it kind of did. There was a monitor, a keyboard, and a cross-shaped device of some kind. Something about the machine scared me, but I forced myself to walk up to it. I was terrified. Tears poured down my face. I wiped them off even as more took their place and forced myself down. Finally, I reached it. I looked at the screen. It was blank. All I saw in my own frightened face staring back at me from the glass drenched in tears. All I can see on the screen is a reflection of my own face. I'm looking kind of freaked out. I know I'm sweating like crazy, but seeing it kind of drives it home. Okay, Junpei, just calm down, alright? Everything's gonna be okay. Gah, man, I wish that thing would just shut up. Incineration will begin in 15 minutes. Alright, back to this thing. If it's only showing up now, then it's gotta be important. But what the hell am I supposed to do with it? Hey, move. Gah, we're all tense, lady. That doesn't mean you get to shove people around. Okay, it's turned on. There's nothing on the screen, though. This is bad. This is really bad. If there's nothing on here, how are we supposed to do anything with it? Sure, I'll push buttons. I'm sure that'll... Well, at least it's on now. What's on the screen, though? What is this? What's up? It looks like some sort of puzzle. I've got a bunch of numbers and letters scattered across a 5x5 grid. The numbers range from 1 to 8. Do you think that if we solve this puzzle, the incinerator will stop? Yeah, well, we can hope, right? Alright, puzzle, how do you work? Oh man, that goddamn voice again. Incineration will begin in 13 minutes. Shit, 13 minutes. Can we really do this? My heart feels like it's gonna pop. My heart was pounding. It was about to explode. I stared at the puzzle on the screen. I was sure I had to solve it, but I had no idea how. My connection to Junpei had been gone for a while. His mind was gone. I couldn't get any more information from him. I felt seconds tick by as I stared at the screen, completely lost. My cheeks felt hot as tears poured over them. Then I heard a voice. Hey, what are you doing? It was muffled. I turned around. Pressed against the window in the entry door was a face, frightened, evil. It was Hongo. How long had he been watching me?
Don't know what to do.
He was yelling, but his voice was still muffled.
It's simple, really, but I suppose I might as well tell you. Just solve the puzzle on that machine.
His laughter was muffled by the door, but it still tore at my heart like the claws of a vicious monster. I bit my lip and glared at Hongo, struggling to hold back hot tears. You're a terrible person. I hate you.
Oh my. How could you call a gentleman such as myself a terrible person? That's not very nice. I'm quite fair. I don't use tricks or play dirty. You see, I even left you a way out.
A way out?
Didn't you hear me? All you have to do is solve that puzzle. Do that and you can stop the incinerator. What's the point of
stopping it? You'll only capture me and make me do this all again. I'm not going to listen to you if you're just going to throw me back in here. I might as well just die now.
My goodness, haven't you listened to anything I've said? I told you, I'm a fair man. If you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will in turn activate. If this experiment is to deliver valid results, there must be a chance of success. If you succeed, you will escape. The verification function of the red? Then I remembered. Before Hongo left the room, he scanned 2 bracelets into the red. So you do remember. Right now there are 2 numbers in the red. The first is 1 and the second is 3. Say, Akane, what's your number?
I looked down at my left hand. The face on my bracelet showed a 5. 1 plus 3 plus 5 is 9. I ran to the door with a 9 on it. I grabbed the red and put my hand against the scanner panel. Huh?
You really aren't one for listening, are you?
I hear Hongo's muffled voice from across the room.
I already told you, didn't I? Once you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will activate. In other words, if you haven't solved the puzzle, you can't enter your number. What kind of fool are you?
Why? Why are you doing this?
You could never understand. You don't know what it's like to spend every day surrounded by monkeys. Now to start the experiment. Solve the puzzle.
I can't. I don't know how.
Of course you don't. Isn't that the point? You understand, don't you? Access the morphogenetic field and find the solution.
I can't.
Then you'll die. You'll burn alive. It's going to be quite hot in there in a few minutes. I imagine it will be very painful.
His horrible laugh echoed across the room, and even after his face disappeared from the window, I could hear it. Incineration will begin in 10 minutes. I was crying, great gulping sobs, broken by hiccups that shook my body. I was terrified. I could feel my fear pressing down on me like a tremendous weight. Somehow I forced my shaking legs to carry me back to the device. I stared at the monitor. I can't just... No, there's no way. I can't figure this out. What was I going to do? I didn't know. I didn't even know where to start. Fear scattered my thoughts, and all I could think of was how I was going to die. My palms were sweating, and my blood was boiling in my veins. It was hot, so hot. I couldn't breathe. I felt dizzy. My heart roared in my chest as if it was to pound itself to pieces. I reached into my pocket. I wrapped my hands around the thing I'd come back to get. The doll Jumpy had given me. At least I had that. I held it tight with both hands and prayed. Help me, Jumpy. Help me. Help me. Help me. Jumpy. 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 Please. Help me. Jumpy.
Akane! Akane? Who the hell is Akane? Shut up. Just shut the hell up. Seven and Lotus don't understand. I think Clover and Snake have an idea, though. Clover's looking at me, and I think Snake may have figured it out. No, it doesn't matter. They're in my way. Where'd she go? Maybe over here? Akane, can you hear me? Akane, say something. Fuck! Did something break our connection? I swear I just heard her. Shit! Akane, answer me! Akane!
Jumpy!
I spun around.
I heard a voice. His voice. I looked around. It wasn't in the room, of course, but I heard it so clearly. Like he was right there. Jumpy! I screamed as loud as I could.
Akane!
Jumpy!
That's her. She's there. Then that means... Akane! Akane, are you in an incinerator right now?
Yes, I am. How did you know? I couldn't believe that he knew that.
Oh, now I understand what Santa meant. Right, there's only one way to help her. You were brought here to help save my sister, to save Akane. I think I get it now.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes. Jumpy, we don't have time. As quickly as I could, I told him that I had to solve the puzzle in order to stop the incinerator.
Got it. And I do. I get everything now. At last, I finally understand what all of this means. I know why the Nonary game was held today. I know why we were kidnapped and brought here. It was all for this moment. All of this was planned out to lead to this one moment. Oh my god. This is insane. I can't believe it, but there's only one possible answer. June is... Zero is... Akane Kurashiki. She recreated the history of the future that she had a glimpse of 9 years ago. She tried to save herself that way 9 years ago. No, she's trying to save herself right now. That means that there's only one thing for me to do. Even if this is all some sort of insane plan, I will save her. I will save Akane Kurashiki. I must save her no matter what.
Incineration will begin in 6 minutes. The voice reminded me of how much time I had left. Jumpy.
Yeah, I know. Just hang on, alright? I promise I'll get you out of there. I'm not gonna let you die, I promise. So don't worry, alright? Just give me a few minutes, okay?
Okay. My voice shook as I answered. It was hot in the room. I felt like my heart was on fire. 6 minutes or not, my heart burned with my feelings for him.
Alright, time to get to work, Junpei.
Is Snake talking to them about something? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Get out of my way. Hey, what are you... Just trust me, okay? Sorry, Lotus, I didn't mean to snap, but there's a lot more at stake here than your pride. I'll apologize later, alright? Now let's have a look at this thing. We got numbers all over this grid. I think the panels are out of order. So I just need to switch these out. Staring at it isn't going to accomplish anything. I'll just have to try it. Think of what I did all those times before. I'm gonna do this on my own, with my own mind. I'm gonna solve this problem. Seek a way out. God, it's getting close to the wire. I have work in a fucking hour. I'm finishing this game. There's no... I did not think this stream was gonna be this long. Holy shit. Okay. One stays in place. Okay. I think if I remember correctly, switch P. You just have to... This one's super easy. It's not the Sudoku like it is on the fucking DS version. It's super fucking easy. Which is kind of sad because, like, you're in this super emotional moment. Like, you're in this super emotional moment. And, like, in the original DS version, it was you had to solve Sudoku. I don't know why they changed it for this version. Like, why would you change the Sudoku? Just, like, this... Yeah. The original DS version had Sudoku as the final puzzle. Where they changed it to this in this version. It's a little sad. Like... Maybe I'll do a Sudoku stream just to make up for it. I don't fucking know. That'd be a little weird to stream, but, like, why not, you know? Yes, that's it. Akane, did you get it? Yes, I did. I solved it. I mean, you solved it for me, but I copied everything you did. Now I just have to press enter. Then what the hell are you waiting for? Push it. Okay, I will. I hit the enter key. Emergency shutdown has been confirmed. Incineration system disabled. Jumpy! It worked! It worked! The incinerator shut down! It worked! Tears rolled down my face as I cried out to him, but they were a very different sort of tears. A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded my body. I don't feel very relieved that was the final fucking puzzle. It's a little, actually... Okay, so as somebody who played this game the first time 3 years ago, story-wise, I love everything about this ending. It's so unique and so interesting. And then, like, you have this final puzzle, and it's like, damn, there were harder puzzles than this. That took me literally, like, 10 seconds. A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded my body. At the same time, what strength I had left disappeared and I collapsed to the floor. While I just lay there laughing and crying and enjoying being alive. Every time I thought about him, I thought my heart would burst. Phew! I can't quite believe I did that, but I'm so glad. So glad. I feel like my heart's on fire. No, I don't have time to be thinking about that kind of shit. I need to tell Akane. Akane, sorry, but things are busy over here. I'm gonna have to hang up now. Of course, that's fine. I wiped the tears from my eyes and nodded vigorously, even though I knew he couldn't see me. Then I looked at the corner of the floor. There were 2 bracelets Hongo had left behind. Now. Well, 7 Lotus don't look particularly happy with me. Not a very good look, nice look to give someone who just saved your lives, guys. Junpei, are you? Okay. Ah, shut it. Right, okay, so maybe they have a reason to be pissed off. So what if I haven't pressed the enter key yet? Alright, nothing holding me back now. Here goes. Wait. Incineration will begin in 90 seconds. Huh? 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 It doesn't sound like it's stopping. What the shit? Why isn't it stopping? Maybe I didn't hit the key hard enough? Just hit it again and again and again. Okay, that's not working either. The alarm's still going off. What the hell is going on? I've got all the right numbers in the right boxes. It's perfect. So why the fuck isn't this thing stopping? Incineration will begin in 60 seconds. Wait, of course. That's what the numbers that showed up after the puzzle. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8. Snake, Clover, me, and 7. Then, door 9. Now that's it. That's the number. That number on the door isn't a 9. It's not even a number. It's hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that has a 9. Holy shit, of course. Then we just have to put the right number into the red in 30 seconds. Run, guys. Get to the door. Run. Oh, shit. We don't have much time. Man, I sure hope they can trust me on this one, or we're fucked. Alright, no time to explain. Just go. Quick, verify your numbers on the red. Verify? Who? What combination? All of us, we need to just verify. Why? You really think this is a good time to ask questions? Just do it. Hurry. Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2. Central gate has been opened. Incineration system has been disabled. Oh, thank fucking Christ. No time to be happy. Time to go. Hurry, we've only got 9 seconds before the door closes. Go. Come on, guys, move it. Okay, they're all through. Move it, Junpei. Just in time. And there goes the door. No, we can't calm down yet. You're not done. We still gotta find the dead. Oh. Ugh. Shit. Looks like we made it, huh? Man, that sure can laugh when he wants to. Looks like Clover and Lotus are totally out of energy. Snake is shaking his head wearily. I just want to take a nap, but... Akane, can you hear me, Akane? I want to tell her if we need it. I want to tell her how good I feel. But nothing. The door opened. Standing in front of it was my brother. Akane! Howie! I cried his name even though my voice was almost gone from screaming and leapt into his arms. Oh, Howie! Akane! I buried my face in his chest and cried again. And cried. The steady thump of his heart in my ears made me feel like I was home. Its beat was almost like a lullaby. I wrapped my arms around him as far as they would go and held him as tight as I could. Just to be there felt like a miracle. I hadn't felt the warmth of another human body in what seemed like an eternity. I just wanted to stay there in his arms, forever, but I couldn't. The moment I passed through the door, my bracelet had begun the countdown to death. I leaped away from him and looked around. The door had already closed. I stopped the dead only a short distance away. It took me only a moment to get there, but installing all the bracelets. That was it. I took a deep breath and looked around again. The huge detective we'd call 7 in 9 years and Snake, the blind boy, were looking at me. They seemed to have been utterly stunned by my sudden appearance. Their eyes were wide and their mouths hung open. Alright, let's get out of here. If we don't book it, we might run into Hongo again. Aoi was right. It was time we got moving. The mention of Hongo seemed to jar 7 and Snake out of their surprise, and they nodded. We took off running up the spiraling stairs to freedom. Time for more running. But if they can get us out of here, no wonder we're running so hard. My heart's beating so hard I can barely hear. God, I can't wait to breathe real air again. 7 talking? Hey, Junpei, can I ask you something?
What's up? The door, the one with the 9 on it. Why did it open?
Yeah, all 5 of us verified our numbers on the red. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 equals 26. That makes our digital route 8. It shouldn't have opened.
That's not like you, Lotus. I thought you would have figured it out already.
Huh? Why?
Because you were the person who taught me about the idea of bases.
Bases?
Yeah, what are the 2 numbers in base 2?
0 and 1.
How about 10?
That goes from 0 to 9, right?
And how about base 16?
0 through F.
After 9, it starts at A and goes from there.
You're right.
In other words, in A in base 16, 10 is base 10. In B is 11, C is 12, D is 13, and so on. So what about it? You don't get it. What if we keep going with that pattern? What if you go way past base 16, all the way to base 27?
Yeah?
Well, the numerical digits are all the same. So, I guess you'd add alphabetical digits. E is 14, F is 15, G is 16, H is 17, I is 18, J is 19, K is 20, I is 21, M is 22, N is 23, 0 is 24, P is 25. Yeah, and what comes after that?
Q.
26. And what does that mean?
That wasn't a 9 on the door.
It was a Q. A fucking lowercase q. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I guess to put it another way, you could say that it was a 9 in base 10, but a Q in base 27. God, my thighs are killing me. I swear any moment now, I'm gonna tear a muscle. I feel like every single cell of my body is dying for air. Damn, every breath I take is a chore now. I feel like my lungs are gonna burst. Maybe just a short rest. No, can't stop. Don't have time. Come on, legs. There can't be many more of these steps left. Let's run like a bullet down a rifled barrel. Like a tornado cutting through a sea of clouds. I felt like we're running along the back of a giant coiled dragon. Finally. Whew. Jesus, I can barely breathe. No, Junpei, no time to rest. Pull yourself together. You're almost there. Alright, I'm gonna open it. Yeah. Yes. We're finally here. Please do. Sure, you look like a big heavy door, but you're only one thing standing between me and my freedom. But even more important than that, you're the only thing standing between me and Akane. You're gonna open and you're gonna open now.
I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Awie's. He gave it a small, reassuring squeeze. I was so happy I felt like I could melt. My heart was at peace. Not only because my brother and I were back together again, thanks to all the huge detective, all 9 of us who had been kidnapped. We're finally able to escape from the gigantic. On the distant horizon, we could see the faint outline of the ship as it sank. It gave a thunderous roar as it finally slipped beneath the waves. Its last cry echoed across the ocean, and then it was gone. It's over, Howie whispered. Yeah, it was over. It was finally over. Or was it? Was it really? No, that was wrong. That wasn't it at all. I was sure of it. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. This was only a prologue to what would happen in 9 years.
Finally, air. Huh? Damn, that sun is bright. I can barely see anything. I gotta admit, this doesn't quite look like... Wait. No way. You've gotta be shitting me.
What?
It can't be.
This is.
This is the building in the Nevada desert.
Nagmok Experiment Building.
Oh my god, this whole time we were in Building Q? Sure enough, that's a desert out there with mountains all around it.
Hello there, son. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. I don't think I've been so happy to see a sunrise. Huh? Did I just hear something fall? Right, our bracelets. I guess I never really got a good look at the underside of these. Let's see what's inside you. Just a little electronic chip like an ATM card. That's it. There's nothing else. Nothing that even looks like a detonator. There was never a detonator to begin with. Figures. Akane? Jumpy. Huh. Guess I must be pretty crazy about the girl if I think I'm hearing her voice in the wind. What? Oh man, is it over? Oh man. Please don't. Okay, I guess I have to watch the credits. Oh man, perfect. Okay, that didn't take longer than I thought it was gonna take because like fucking I do have work and like I have to be at work in 45 minutes. But I'm gonna Uber there, so that's I can call up the Uber at like 3:50. So I've got like 40 minutes. Just about, or 30 minutes, 30 to 35 minutes. So I'm pretty sure I'll be done with the credits and stream and stuff by then. As long as I start getting ready by, I'm technically already dressed in work clothes. I'm good to go. I just need to put some socks and shoes on. I'm good. But we're done. We got all the endings. We finished it. We finished 999. Hell yeah. We got every single ending. We did it. Like, hell yeah. Now, I have come to the conclusion that as shitty as it is for my voice, I like doing these voice acting streams. Maybe not all the time. Maybe I should put like a week in between streams, but like I really like 999 and I just really wanted to finish it. Yeah, these credits aren't going anywhere just yet. So I know there's a scene afterwards, so we're gonna watch it through, but so I need to figure out what we're gonna do for stream next. As it is made aware, we are going to help people who watch my stream build up their fucking points so they can do fucking nothing. You know, my reward. Oh, here it is. Are you okay? Oh, come on, this is nothing. Really? Yeah. You don't look okay. It was just before the end of elementary school. Jumpy and I were sitting next to each other on a small hill looking down at the town as the sun slowly set. How does it look then? He was half serious and half joking. I thought about it for a minute first. Well, let's see. It looks like you kissed a toad and got warts and they just kept growing and growing and growing. What does that even mean? Junpei grinned and... Ow! See, I told you you're not okay. You're too reckless. You can't beat 5 8th graders, Jumpy. That's crazy. Yeah, but I couldn't just stand there. I mean, don't you think so? I had to do something. Look at the Nevada desert go past. For an SUV, this has a pretty smooth ride. Sure was nice of someone to leave it for us outside the building, keys in the ignition and gas in the tank. Almost like it was present, you know? Anyway, we jumped in and now here we are screaming across the desert. Lotus is over there in the passenger seat. Snake and Seven and I are squeezing into the backseat here. I still can't believe we let her drive. Woohoo, this is fun. This is awesome. Driving is so great when there's nothing around. Hey, Clover, watch those bumps, alright? The car jumps even a little and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death. Hey, shut it. I can't help it if I'm big, alright? Suck it up. Why don't you drive, Seven? I'm a cop. I ain't gonna break the law. He doesn't have an international license. Yeah, but you could have sat in the passenger seat. Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm giving this seat up. And Clover, there's no need to slow down. The car Santa and June are in should be somewhere down this road ahead of us. Yeah, I saw some fresh tire tracks going out. There's no doubt about it. Then we gotta hurry if we want to catch them, don't we? Sure thing. Ah, shit. God damn it, she doesn't have to drive so fast. Man, I didn't even think a car like this could go this fast. We're sure throwing up a lot of dust. It was a couple hours after we'd run into the junior high students. They'd been hiding in the bushes on the back of the hills, drenching a kitten in gasoline. The moment we saw what they were doing, Jumpy ran up to them furious. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Then he jumped on them. He quickly scooped up the kitten and tossed it to me. I caught it and ran for the police station as fast as I could. Help me, officer! Officer, please, you have to come with me! The policeman and I headed down back to the hill. All we found was Jumpy sprawled on the ground with a face covered in big swelling lumps. You couldn't run away after you threw the kitty to me? I asked him. He stuck his tongue out through the hole in his mouth where a tooth had fallen out. Yeah, I guess I coulda. Then why didn't you? I didn't want to. I wanted to beat them up. Beat them up. Because of what they were doing to the kitty? Yeah, that too, but I think they were the ones behind those murders our first semester, remember? Oh, you mean the bunnies? Yeah, the bunnies. He plucked some grass from the ground and tossed it into the wind. They asked me what elementary school I was from, so I told them. Then they said they'd do the same thing to you that they did to the rabbits. I couldn't forgive them for that, so I... Hey, there's still some stuff I don't get. Of course, they probably don't know any more than I do. Like Ace. Well, I guess I should say Gentaro Hongo. Why did he create the Nonary project? Anybody? Any ideas? Why don't you ask him yourself? Well, yeah, I guess I could. He's still in the trunk, I assume. Yeah, he is. Still tied up, I'm assuming, with his mouth taped shut. His eyes just look empty. No emotion. Looks like he's just given up. I wonder if he even cares what happens to him anymore. Hey, were you listening to us? Yeah, go ahead and try to pretend you weren't, you old bastard. Let's get that tape off your mouth. Come on, I know you were. Answer me. You could at least look at me when you talk, man. I only wanted to see the faces. Human faces. I thought if I could gain the ability to access the morphic field set, then perhaps I could see faces. By peering into people's minds, you could understand how they were processing the expression of others. That's it? Yes, if you want to put it simply. But if you're looking for a more philosophical answer, I can supply that as well. You see, the human collective consciousness. I think that's enough out of you, pal. Time for the tape to go back on. Alright, so what's your second question? You said there were some things you didn't get, didn't you? Well, somebody's a little nosy. Well, my next question doesn't really have anything to do with you two. This is for you, Seven. It's about the whole Alice thing. What's the deal with that? Well, see, 9 years ago, after I escaped from the Gigantic, I kept going after Hongo on my own, hoping I'd catch him when he finally slipped up. During the course of my investigations, I learned a lot more about the Gigantic. I also found out about Gourdain and Alice. You're not really answering my question. Is there actually a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperature? Sounds like Hongo has something to say. Alright, fine, I'll let you talk, but you gotta behave. What? Alice doesn't exist. 9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the library on the bottom deck. There was nothing in it but the root of a peculiar plant. My research determined that it was a member of the genus Mandragora of the family Solanaceae. I was able to extract a particular alkaloid from it. I used that to create Soparil. Its creation was a tremendous boom to my firm, and we grew it rapidly. Shit, this is gonna go on forever. Tape's going back on, Hongo. The rest of my question can wait a bit. For now, I think I'll just enjoy the ride. Here, this is for you. What's this? This is a for you doll. His name is Junpei. Jumpy pulled something out of his pocket and shoved out his arm towards me. In his hand was a doll made of yarn, small enough to fit in his palm. Jumpy, are you sure it's a for you doll? Yeah, the lady at the shop said so. That means it's for you, right? Are you sure it's not a voodoo doll? Uh, um, what? Oh man, oh man. Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. I mean, you do know what a voodoo doll is used for, right? Yeah, I guess. Calling it Junpei isn't very a good idea then. Why are you giving me this anyways? It just seems really sudden. Well, you know how after June we aren't gonna get to see each other too much. I mean, we're gonna be in different schools, and I just thought I'd, Okay, well, how about we call it June then? Okay. So I wanted to give you this. You sound like some kind of tribal chief in a bad movie. Yeah, head of tribe. This doll, traditional charm of tribe. So I give this, it me, so we always together. Oh, Jumpy. If something bad, then hold and pray, wherever you are. So here, take. I reached my hand out and picked the doll up gently. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy. Before I knew it, I was crying. Tears streamed down my face and fell into June's tiny yarn body. Oh, Jumpy, I'll never forget you. I promise. Jumpy looked straight into my eyes and said just 5 words. I'll never forget you either. The sky was a beautiful crimson red as it melted toward the horizon. The last golden rays of sunlight stretched out across the city and painted themselves across the hills. We sat bathed in the warm light of evening. Just the two of us, leaning gently against one another, shoulder to shoulder. The sun set and we still didn't leave. We watched in silence as the darkness deepened, and one by one the lights of the town began to flicker on. There's still one thing I don't get. To be honest, it's the biggest mystery as far as I'm concerned, and also the only one that's really important. It has to do with June and Akane. 9 years ago, she died in the incinerator on the Gigantic, but she's still alive now as June. But how? Was it because I tapped into the morphic field set and saved her 9 years ago? Alright, let's say that makes some kind of insane sense. If I did that, then how do I make sense of what Seven remembers? Snake makes sense, he's blind. He couldn't have seen her body anyways. But Seven? He said he was sure he saw it. Does that mean there's some kind of historical discrepancy? Or wait, maybe that's not it at all. There's one other logical explanation. Was that what you told me? Was that what you told me the truth, Seven? You look satisfied. No. No way. He couldn't. Hey, look, over there. There's somebody next to the road. Huh? What? The burning gaze of the Nevada sun pounded down on her head. The desert around her rippled with heat. Standing there on that shimmering plain was a woman, her arm out and her thumbs up. It would not be long before Junpei realized who she was. Alright. I think that's it. Yep, the end. We did it. Okay, but back to the topic at hand though. I need to decide what the fuck I am gonna play next. I'm not exactly sure what it is I'm gonna play next. But I kind of like the idea of doing voice acting and stuff, so I think I might do it like once a week, maybe. I'm not sure what day of that week I will do it, but I think we'll do it once a week. I think that sounds fair to me. The only thing we didn't unlock was this pathway here where we go to this timeline, but from this timeline, which is fine by me. I don't really care. And then it just restarts. Okay. But yeah. No, 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 no. I'm good. I'm good. No, no, not float. We're gonna save. Sure. And then we're gonna quit. It's 3:28. I got enough time to get ready for work, and yeah, I've got enough time to get ready for work and everything. So there's a couple different routes I can go for that, though. I have a few ideas for continuing to do voice acting streams because I really enjoy it, and I think it's just a really fun pastime. I think whether anybody really stops by all that often or not, I get to enjoy myself and have some fun, and sometimes people do, and it's fun for everybody. I really do like doing the voice acting, though, so I think what we will do is I think I'm gonna go ahead and here, let me even adjust this even for you. I shall stand in the center of, I shall like adjust it so I'm like in the center of the stream. Anyways, hello. So I will just say this. Brain. Yeah, I will be back tomorrow for stream. I should be doing a Celeste speed run tomorrow if the plans are still intact with my friend Crypt. As long as they're still down, I'm still down, and we should be doing a Celeste speed run. So that'll be cool. Other than that, I will figure out. I will also be playing a bit of Fortnite on stream tomorrow with my friend Patrick. That's going to happen again tomorrow as well. I think, other than that, by Friday, I will have a new series for us to play. Probably voice acting again. But I will give my voice several days of rest, or maybe Thursday night. Thursday night, I'll pick the new game. I will probably throw up a few ideas on Twitter, and that's what we'll go with whatever ends up, I guess, winning the vote. But the ideas I have in my mind right now are, technically, I haven't played through the Phoenix Wright games, and I own those, so we could do Phoenix Wright. That would be murder mystery bullshit. And then I also am thinking about trying to play through Omori. We could do that too. And then, of course, we could also do the next game in the Zero Escape series, Virtue's Last Reward, which means we'll be doing more escape room puzzles. Yay, I like those. I like it when the team cracks out each other and we start helping each other with puzzles. It's a really good fun time. I do want to start doing FF14 streams once a week, maybe. So I'm getting back into streaming again, and it's been really fun. So I definitely want to start streaming more. I think I'm gonna do 14 once a week, maybe. I'm not sure what day yet, but we'll figure it out. Anywho, thanks everybody for stopping by. I really enjoyed today's stream and this whole playthrough. It's been a fucking wonder. The rest of the parts will be up on YouTube shortly, and if you want to go back and like watch the playthrough back and like listen to my dumbass voice acting and my shit, then it'll be on YouTube for you to watch later. Thanks for stopping by. I have been your host for the day, Alexis Bloodrain. Yeah. You guys have a wonderful day, and I will be back tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by. Bye.